Hello and welcome back to Low Inc. Thank you for rejoining us for day 2. Going to be watching the Alpha Bracket action unfold. My name is JPEG, joined by Leotos. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Just woke up about an hour ago. Had a burger, and I think I'm all fueled up, ready to watch some Low Inc games today. We have UCSD versus Symphony going on for our first round of the day. Day 2, first match. I'm excited to see this unfold.
Yeah, and UCSD, and I'm very excited to see these two teams match up because UCSD, I remember, had one of the best sets last month. A very close set. I forgot who it was specifically against, but this is a very talented team. I can say that for sure. Symphony, however, they typically make beta brackets, so seeing them here in alpha brackets very surprising. Looks like they've been doing the work and getting better at the game, so I'm very excited to see how they perform in this iteration of Low Inc.
Same here, yeah. I remember the UCSD set last month. I was there to commentate it. I remember it was a very hype set. I'm excited to see more gameplay from them. Inside of Symphony, I don't think I've watched them before, but I know a couple of their members. I know they're pretty solid, and I know they could do some work here. So it's probably gonna be a pretty close fight. On Clemblitz Wahoo World, pretty decent stage start out here with the first match of the day. I'm not sure who is going to win this, honestly, because it could be anyone's game. This map is very difficult to go around, especially with that moving platform in the center, in both sides of the stage. So, be anyone's game.
Yeah, and it's easy to say UCSD probably likely to win. However, Symphony, I mean, they typically make beta, and yet they're here. So obviously, they've been putting in a lot of work. So I'm kind of afraid. I've seen a lot of these Low Inc teams make a ton of progress. Namely, a couple, maybe last year, Splatter Swim took a break and then came back, and they ended up winning Low Inc. It was super unexpected. So maybe we could see something like that here. It's not out of the equation.
Yeah, they might have some new tricks up their sleeve. You never know. If they're in beta bracket all the time, they're in alpha bracket here. Could have something new to show us today. So as we hop in right now into Clemblitz Wahoo World.
And Clemblitz will be quite the way to start it. Very coordinated, focused game mode. So we're going to see both these teams push to the limit right at this first game.
Yeah, all right. We're starting off with CDS on both sides of the teams. Definitely an easy pick to go for, especially on this map. It's definitely a really solid weapon for this map. We see very different teams on both sides. You have the double armor on the side of is that Symphony, right? Already going off, popping the armor, getting the clam, trying to push up to this conveyor here, trying to make something happen, but they're just locked into their base. As we know, the platform isn't out yet, so it's hard to get back in the mid. We see Symphony having that control already, I'm pretty sure. UCSD having that control, and Symphony already getting 2 down on both sides of the field here. 13 stems on one side. We see a jump here. We're going to get the pick here. Already going out for a good start. Getting the pick, getting some map control. Trying to paint around here, but it looks Siege just like a neutral right now.
Yeah, it's something to note that neither of these teams is running a backliner, so you can already see about 1 minute into this match that everyone's a little chaotic, trying to get as many picks as possible. Nothing's really super coordinated, or at least strictly as coordinated as you usually see. UCSD kind of trying to go for some pushes, however, not enough teammates to back them up, so a couple members going down. But they're doing a good job keeping up the map control in the end, and hopefully they can build those specials they need to make a push towards that basket. Looks like that suction bomb launcher is something to at least help somewhat, but nothing really concrete to back them up.
Yeah, this map is super difficult to actually push in, because every 30 seconds that drawbridge just goes back in or recedes or comes out, and that drawbridge is basically necessary to get a push. We see a triple, I'm pretty sure, from the side of UCSD, but that push getting shot down pretty quickly by the CDS. just holding this power clam in its place, shooting down another member of UCSD, another member going down, just shutting this push down pretty quickly here, being able to set up, get some paint on their side of the base, and go back in the mid, try and get something, make something happen here, but they're just getting shut down again. Looking like UCSD is just trying to make a push here, shutting down Symphony. Symphony just going down one by one, but they have no clams to start a push here. At least they're trying to get some clams together here. It might be an early halfway push here from the side of UCSD. The power clam jumping in and scoring the power clam. We're already going to see a push here coming out inside of UCSD.
And UCSD is approaching Clam Blitz in a really interesting way. So you saw them, they've just been in Symphony's face for about half this game now. They've just been doing a good job keeping that paint control in check. And even though they weren't strictly scoring as many times as they could, they finally got that first initial push, and it was pretty good. And now finally Symphony is able to have a chance to regain that mid control that they need to initiate another push. However, keep an eye out. There's someone sharking around that basket, so UCSD, if they can get a clam and get that jump in. Oh, looks like they're choosing a flank. It didn't quite work. But I thought that was pretty smart. Trying to go for that jump, the sneaky jump.
Yeah, we've just been seeing UCSD play a lot around positions here, especially a Tri-Slosh on the left side, able to take out the Zap. And basically most of the time that someone goes there, the Tri-Slosh is able to take advantage of them going, trying pushing that position on with an unsafe motive and just getting shot down pretty quickly. But as you see here, it's just going to be neutral on the side of UCSD, especially since that drawbridge is not out. The rain comes out from the side from the CDS, and we're seeing Symphony trying to push in, trying to make something happen. Get the flank coming from Takara here, trying to make something happen. They're already able to push in, getting a counter push pretty quickly, but most of their claims getting shot down. The CDS trying to make something happen here, getting shot down as well. Power clam jumping in, but getting shot down as well. Looks like it's going to be a pretty short push here from the side of Symphony. But we're going to be seeing the clam actually being saved here, maybe for another revenge push, trying to actually get that some points down onto the board.
Yeah, but with 1 minute left, it's not enough to get that lead. In fact, they have quite a ways to go, especially if that penalty added up. The 2 power clams will help out. They just got to keep them in check. UCSD is trying to regain that mid control, make defense a little bit easier. And Symphony is just having trouble fighting that. Yeah,
I mean, UCSD has just been like having a pretty just an easy time here. I mean, all I have to do is play defense here after they have that 40, that first push going down to 48. But they're playing a little too aggressive here. There's only 2 down on the side of UCSD. But since they didn't have enough clams to actually make a push here, they have to get some clams. Hopefully be able to save the power clam, but not being able to, and that's going to be the game going to UCSD. Unfortunately, they weren't able to pick up the power clam, and that's going to be the first game.
Yeah, solid start by UCSD. Symphony had lots of potential there. They're going to have to get a little more creative in their approach, because I'll admit, UCSD has a very unorthodox way of playing Clam Blitz. They play it pretty slow, slowly but surely gaining that map control, getting the pressure, and making one big push, which is something you typically won't see around this skill level.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's really not another way to play that map, especially on anything besides zones. Because as I said before, multiple times, I'm going to repeat, that drawbridge is so crucial. You have to have that in order to actually make a push. And that routine every 30 seconds is so terrible. Because like every time you try and make a push, you're going to get shot down by the map itself. And it's really hard to get around it anyway with like the sides. And those are pretty easy positions to actually get shot down from. But we're going to be moving on to Rainmaker Manta Maria this time. What are your thoughts and opinions on that?
Yeah, Rainmaker Manta. This map, at least what comes to mind is this map's really hard to push on. So
yes.
You kind of got that street where it gets very cramped, and getting past that street is crucial to earn that win. So once you're past that street, it's pretty much a KO. So what you want to do is get past that street and hopefully KO, but if you can't, that's fine. That's where you want to be at least.
Yeah. Yeah, the entire play is hopefully trying to get at least a good man advantage here. But even if you have 2 down on the side of the opposing side, they still have the ability to shut down the Rainmaker. There's not many good paths for them to take, because every time you try and take a path here, you can get shot down. It's all cramped. You said the street super cramped. It's super tight. You can't. The opposing team has the ability to just hide behind cover and just pick off the Rainmaker. It's difficult to get anywhere on this map. Unless you get a wipe here, and hopefully we can see a wipe on the side, or just some man advantage here, trying to start off a good pace in the beginning, but it could always just be a bloodbath in the middle. That's always what it tends to be on Manta Maria Rainmaker. So
yeah, Manta has an interesting layout where you have the high ground on the grates in mid, and it just kind of leads to. It just makes it really interesting to fight in mid. There's tons of high ground in play.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, there's a lot of high ground. It tends to be difficult to get to that high ground, but once you get there, you control that bunker there, you can actually get a lot done here. But as we see, Symphony is already going to be able to get the man advantage. But the Tri-Swords is going to be coming out from the flank and getting 2. Wow, interesting stuff there. We saw Symphony having the man advantage and getting shot down pretty quickly. But still, 67 not that good of a push. We need to see him to get somewhere along the lines here, somewhere in like 40s to 30s range. This is Toxic's going to be seeing this flank here. But it's not going to be. They're going to be shot down as well. Looks like UCSD is able to just hold this control. As I said, it is difficult to get past unless you have man advantage here. But UCSD is taking that to their advantage, taking that bunker, taking their positions, trying to push up here, trying to get something done in their spawn. We see the Zap trying to fight the Rainmaker, getting shot down quickly. The Booyah Bomb coming out, getting shot down as well, but not without a trade. Enter just a bloodbath here.
The UCSD is really good at staying composed. You saw after they finally stopped that first initial Symphony push, they immediately, no hesitation, went for painting that streak. They know how crucial it is to get that. The Symphony did a great job stopping that push. I think 56 points is still very manageable. So about 3 minutes left on the clock. Both teams are still in play here. Like both these teams have an opportunity to win.
Of course. Yeah, we see UCSD just pushing up here, getting a nice pick on the end zap. That end zap pick is so crucial. Them not having the armor to actually make a push or not actually, stall out pushes here. But the Swamp is gonna be able to get the pick onto the splash. It's really good, stopping that splash from getting that good position. The Jet coming out as well, and maybe being able to put some work here, get something done. Not without a fight there. Getting a nice pick onto the splatter shot, onto the Pro. Yeah, just nothing really happening. Just neutral. Teams just back and forth trying to get something happen. Looks like Symphony is going to be going down here pretty quickly. The 3 down on the side for Symphony. But oh my gosh, there's so much happening. No. Yeah, this shot coming down pretty quickly.
And that's why that push is so risky. I mean, it pretty much skips street. You have to make this jump. And if the enemy team is right there, then it's not going to work.
And we saw that shot just sharking there, but getting shot down as well. And just putting UCSD in a bad position, putting Symphony in a better position to try and make anything happen here. But then just feeding and going in, trying to make something happen, getting shot down quickly as well. Blue bombs coming out, the specials are coming out. Symphony is just put into a really bad position, getting shot down quickly. And also just staggering Symphony as well. Them just always trying to make this fight a 2v4 and it not working out most of the time. And them just going to be slowly but surely making this push happen. The only one being alive is a shot, trying to pop the Jet, trying to make something happen, getting shot down quickly. And them just trying, and UCSD just making a pretty decent push in this map. 37, nothing to scoff at here, but it's still going.
Yeah, something I want to point out is UCSD really, I think their individual players are very mechanically skilled. I always notice, even if they're like a player or 2 down, they're doing a great job holding their ground, keeping that map control in check, and Symphony kind of has a hard time regaining map control. I mean, you can see here, UCSD is already like in mid, doing a good job just holding their ground and defending. And with 1 minute left, down to 30 points, they really have no reason to continue pushing. As on Rainmaker, it's a lot easier to defend than that.
You say that UCSD is actually going to go 3 down here. but not without killing the Rainmaker in a retaliation push. That Shark is so devastating, especially trying to take that right side push there. Symphony would have had a really good lead there if they just scouted and painted that area and took out the person sharking there. But they still have the push going, being able to just hold the paint here, getting some kill pressure. The try just coming out, getting a nice pick onto the Zap, which is so crucial. That Zap armor, as I said before, having that Zap for the push is so good. But having that Zap go down, just one going down on each side, is definitely going to stop that push from actually happening. The Rainmaker resetting, and UCSD just getting back in the mid, getting some mid control. The Splash bringing a lot of work here, getting that mid control back, getting those couple of picks. The Bomber's coming out, trying to stall this Rainmaker from getting anywhere, trying to, and stopping Symphony from actually making any push here.
And Symphony's just having such a hard time pushing into UCSD's spawn. We saw some potential plays that could have been made, but nothing really was fleshed out in the end, leading UCSD to make another win in this best-of-5 set. One more win for UCSD to continue. However, I think Symphony's kind of starting to get a feel for UCSD, and at this rate, I think they could start taking some games.
I think so, but we did see the 20 KA from the Splash. We saw that Splash put a lot of work into that last game. They did a lot. Was able to take advantage of those sides, get some picks, trying to get into those good positions in the top left, but getting shot down as well, but not without a trade most of the time. That Splash put a lot of work into that last game. But we're now moving on to Tower Control Schellendorf. Definitely a map where you want to have a backline, and if both teams don't have a backline, it's not that big of a deal. But if one team has a backline, it's going to be difficult to actually get anywhere. We haven't seen any backlines from either of these teams, so I'm not expecting to see the backline pick, but you never know.
And I feel like now would be a great time to introduce one into the equation, because like you said, if you have a backliner and the other team doesn't, you're automatically at an advantage for this map. Especially on tower control, where I feel like we said this last time for Rainmaker Manta, but on this map especially, it is incredibly hard to make pushes. Getting past specifically the second checkpoint on the far left side of the map is incredibly important.
Getting past that first checkpoint as well, if you are in the sight of a charger and that is just peeking at you from the glass on that first checkpoint, it is so incredibly difficult to actually get past. You have to do some crazy maneuvers to actually get past that first checkpoint. And then not even a backline can even stop you. Having to deal with a high ground in those situations is incredibly difficult. So anything can just drop on you and get a pick, or just throw bombs at a safe distance. So we'll just have to see what comps they try and pull out here.
It looks like neither are opting to use that backliner, which means this will be a pretty chaotic match of Schellendorf tower control. I am interested to see how both these teams integrate that high ground on the glass, as typically a backliner would go like this.
Yeah, I'm interested too. We see on the side of UCSD that on Symphony, they're going to run the triple suction bomb, which, as we've seen, I know specifically triple suction bomb is really good for tower. But before anything, 3 people are just going to go down on each side. We're going to see UCSD get the early push here. A Booyah bomb coming out. Going to probably get past that first checkpoint, having so much of an advantage state here. But with the Zap going down as well, the flank being super good, getting 3 down, shutting this push down really quickly here, getting a wipe actually. Symphony is in a good position to actually make a push happen here, getting those specials. UCSD does not have any specials since they all got wiped, and Symphony having that special advantage, popping the missiles, getting a nice pick onto the Splash, just shutting down UCSD from actually making anything happen here.
Yeah, and what they want to do is get past the second checkpoint. That is a devastating checkpoint to get past. And it looks like they're about to right now. I'm noticing Symphony's mechanical skill is definitely improved since the first 2 matches of this game. They're doing a great job picking everyone. UCSD is having trouble leaving their spawn because Symphony's just there. They're being very aggressive, and unlike the last 2 games, Symphony's not trading as much as they were. So that's going to lead to a KO. Wow, incredible performance by Symphony. Looks like they got this map mode figured out, and looks like they're warmed up. And if they keep this up, this could be a sweep.
It could be a reverse sweep on our hands here. Yeah, we saw, as I said, that triple suction bomb was really good. Having that suction bomb pressure and also being able to just have that aggressive pressure as well, able to shut down their opponents. We saw them staggering their opponents on the side of UCSD pretty well. Just 2 down on their side every time. We saw UCSD trying to make a just the last ever push, but that getting shut down quickly as well. Good place inside of Symphony. We saw them take advantage of their opponents feeding there in those situations. So hopefully we can see a reverse sweep. You never know. Symphony is on a good roll right now. Could just be a fluke. Never know. But we're moving on to Splatzone's Muscle Forge Fitness.
Yeah, and I'd like to remind everyone that Symphony typically makes beta brackets. So something like that against UCSD, and again, UCSD had incredible sets last month. But Symphony doing something like that to UCSD is very promising. I'm looking forward to see what they do on Splatzone's Muscle Forge. This map is definitely a little unorthodox. It's very cramped on the zone, so frontliners are going to have to be very mechanically skilled. Otherwise, I would say lockouts are pretty easy on this map. I've seen some pretty nasty lockouts.
Yeah, I've seen some nasty lockouts on this map too. They can get into their spawn. It's super hard to actually come back, but it's just all about getting into their spawn in this position. But both teams could probably do that. As we see, there's no backlines. There's no backlines coming out from the side of Cylinder, so I don't see any backlines coming out the rest of this set. But that's actually really good since all the frontliners are able to actually just do their thing, get their specials, actually be able to be aggressive. It just all depends on who gets the first pick, the first man advantage, the first wipe, get those special pressure coming out, and hopefully being able to see a lockout would be really interesting. So,
yeah, and UCSD only needs one more game to win, so hopefully they're not slacking off quite yet. Maybe that third game was a wake-up call, and maybe they're going to get back into it and do what they were doing those first 2 games.
We've seen a relatively similar comps from both sides. We see them just running the same exact comp, or at least different renditions in the comp. So now we see a 52 cal coming actually out from the side of Symphony. Definitely an interesting pick. I'm hoping to see some. Yeah, it's a really good pick. Yeah, we see just both teams trying to fight for zone. We see to get the first cap here, but one going down on the side of UCSD, one going down on the side of Symphony as well, or 2 actually. It's just going to be them going down one after the other. Symphony actually trying to get some paint here, trying to get a good position, taking out the tri-slosher. It's a good pick there. Just trying to play around these little corners here, but getting shot down as well. Looks like UCSD is going for the first push down, already down below 60 points in the first in the beginning of this match. Yeah, just UCSD doing a really good job shutting down Symphony from actually doing it.
Yeah, and those points are taken down for UCSD, but I want to mention Symphony is running double booyah, which is a very, very devastating special on this map where the zone's pretty wide, so if you can coordinate a double booyah, that's pretty much an instant cap. So what they want to do now is get that double booyah, but it's not looking likely if that K-Pro went down pretty recently. Defensive missiles and ink armor could equate to a quick zone cap, but that's I believe that was the Zap got that last pick. Oh, not quite getting that booyah on time. And that's going to do it for UCSD. Looks like that third set kind of angered them a little bit. They want to do KO in retaliation.
I mean, they did a pretty good job there. They were able to take advantage of the beginning pushes there, getting a nice opening push and shutting down their opponents. We saw Symphony just going for last ever pushes. We saw that NZAP just trying to make something happen. That was just to no avail. They were not able to actually make any sort of push there. Sadly, it looked promising for Symphony to actually have a fighting chance in that match, but this is going to go into UCSD. They had a very devastating and a very devastating performance there. Actually, I don't know. They just did a really good job at shutting down Symphony in those last few seconds there. So that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, both these teams played incredibly well, and again, UCSD living up to their name, especially with their performance last month. I'm glad that it looks like they're slowly but surely improving, and I hope they do well in the rest of this bracket. As for Symphony, I'm very impressed with their progress so far. And even if they're in losers bracket, I think they're a very strong contender to make it pretty far in that bracket.
That's right.
So,
they still have it's still double eliminated. It's still double eliminated,
yes.
so they still have the ability to actually get things done there. So.
All right, so looks like we're going to be taking a short break before we move on to our next set, which should be Fukkatsu's Angels versus the winner of Deep Fried Octolings versus Karma. So while we wait for that set, oh, hold on. That set Karma just won, so right on time. So it looks like we're going to be jumping right into that match. It's going to take a bit for the players to get into the room, but let's talk about these teams real quick while I bring up our data.
Alright, you have the data, you tell me how what these teams are all about. I'd be interested.
Let's take a look. Fukkatsu Angels, looks like they got Div 5 in the latest Ludi season, so definitely a solid division to get, especially in Alpha bracket. Typically you'll see these Div 4 teams, and recently we did ban Div 4, but some Div 4 teams are allowed in low ink, as they have been playing in low ink for a while, but we don't know how long that'll last. But Div 5 is the cap, so that's where you want to be in Alpha bracket. As for Karma, let's take a look. They actually played in March, but they didn't make it to day 2. So looks like they're jumping straight to Alpha bracket. They've been in the lab, so I'm looking forward to seeing what they're gonna do here.
Yes, some new teams I'm not very familiar with, but you do say they are promising. Div 5 promising, especially for low ink here. Karma being getting out of day 1 specifically and going to day 2 of low ink. So hopefully we're gonna be seeing a really solid, some really solid performance for both sides. Yeah, not much else to really say.
Yeah, and that's kind of the special thing about low ink. It's so competitive. Out of I think we've got 90 teams this month. Out of 90 teams, there's only 16 in Alpha bracket. So seeing a new team make Alpha bracket is nothing to scoff at. I mean, that's huge. And you're always finding new teams to watch on here. So while we're not personally very familiar with these teams, we're looking forward to seeing what they do here.
And of course, with every new rendition, there's going to be a team that gets removed from the scene, from the low ink scene. So there's always more room for new teams that come in and show off what they have to offer to actually to everyone here. So it's nice to see new teams.
I would like to mention Karma actually went 3-0 versus the Deep Fried Octolings, which were seeded 6 from that day 1 Swiss seeding. Karma was seeded 11th, so it looks like they did a pretty good job handling those guys. So if they're beating a team like Deep Fried Octolings, Karma's definitely been practicing quite a bit. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do here.
It's to actually say they actually did not 3-0 Deep Fried Octolings. The Deep Fried Octolings actually dropped. So,
oh, they did?
Yeah.
Oh, I got a little excited there. Okay.
So you were...
But I can say Fukkatsu Angels beat Citrus 3-1. Citrus was seed 3, Fukkatsu Angels seed 14. So I mean, Citrus is a notoriously good team in the scope of low ink, so seeing them beat Citrus, that's interesting. I'm wondering what they're doing here.
I remember seeing Citrus I think I remember seeing them last month. Yeah, they did put a lot of they did show off a lot of what they can do. And Fukkatsu actually putting them out 3 points, really interesting. It's nice to see two relatively new or teams that you don't really see in day 2 fight out against each other. So hopefully you can see a good match here. I'm rooting for Fukkatsu actually, because you said they did a lot of they took out Citrus. Citrus is a major team, a major upset. So hopefully they can also show off their skills in this match.
Yeah, if they can keep it up, especially in this first map, pretty devastating. Rainmaker the Reef. Not everyone's favorite pick. This is one of those maps where, like, if you push it past a certain point, it's almost impossible to get past it. So
yeah, of course, this map is very difficult to actually get past. Once you get past that one area, the one plat area, once you get past that little ramp there, it's basically game set. It's really hard to actually make an opposing push and get to that exact area, especially with the opposing team is having such a strong presence on and also having that high ground. It's definitely really tough to actually get past anywhere really past that flat area. This map can definitely be just neutral playing the entire time. So hopefully we can be seeing some pretty strong pushes here. But if not, it's just going to be a bloodbath.
yeah, and that's, as blunt as it is, that's a good way to put this. It's a good way to explain this map. I mean, this map is just so hard to play on. You need all the coordination. And something like Rainmaker, where the objective moves as fast as you can, you got to be at the top of your game. You got to play as best as you can.
Exactly. Having that special coordination is so key on this map. Maybe having those 10 muscles, maybe a Ray coming out. I don't know. Ink Armor could be also pretty solid to get a good head start, getting some good early pushes in. Trying to just shut down some opposing opponents. Having that man advantage is also really key. Even if the spawn is really close to the Rainmaker pedestal and close to where they want to push, they still have to worry about how they have to get back into mid and trying to get back their man advantage here. But we see a Squiffer from the side. Is that Fukkatsu, right?
Yes.
Yeah, a Squiffer, definitely interesting. Don't really see many
No,
of
that's
those.
your favorite.
Yeah, I know, that is my favorite, especially the classic Squiffer here. Definitely an interesting pick. I'm excited to see what they can do here. Squiffer being a really solid weapon on the reef as well. Having that armor to make some good pushes here. But we see Karma just getting that early armor, trying to make something happen here. Three fighting on the left side, but they're gonna be able to pick up that Rainmaker. No one being on the top mid, and hopefully being able to make a push here. But as I say that, it's gonna be 2 down from the side of Karma. That push from
Yeah, Fukkatsu Angel's making no hesitation to push that Rainmaker. And I always say at the beginning of Rainmaker, the most important thing is just to get that initial lead. So they're actually doing a great job putting pressure on Fukkatsu Angels, but that Jet, alongside the fact that everyone's kind of responding on the side of Karma, is doing a pretty good job slowing them down at the very least.
We did see, I think 3 down on the side of Karma there, but they were able to stop that push happening. That one zap was able to pick off the Rainmaker and allow the team to come back in the mid. But as we see, it's just Karma just trying to get this Rainmaker out of their spawn, trying to get some picks here, trying to get some paint back onto the plat. We see Chris trying to make a sneaky little flank here, almost being able to pick off the Rainmaker, but the bubble coming out and throwing him off. We see Karma just trying to make a push here. The 3 going down on the side of Karma. The last one being the shot here. Probably not going to be able to do anything in this position, trying to get out. Being able to jump out. Actually, such a good jump out there. We see just Fukkatsu trying to get the paint on mid, trying to just make a push here. They're going left side, which is very interesting actually. You don't really see that many left side pushes, especially this early on in the game.
It looks like that Rainmaker doesn't have quite enough support. It looks like the teammates are finally coming in and on the side of Fukkatsu Angels. And I don't think this is a bad choice. Look, they had some trouble making that first initial push, so the fact that they're actually changing it up is very respectable. You don't want to stay predictable. I think the mental game in Rainmaker is very underrated. It looks like they're going to get quite a lot of points. I mean, 50 points on Rainmaker in this map is huge. It's so difficult to push on this map.
I'd say that's a pretty solid push there. They probably could have had that push stretched it out a little bit longer. They were a little too overzealous with their pushes there, and didn't get as many points as they would like to. 51 is nothing to scoff at here, especially was difficult to actually make any pushes here. We see 2 going down on the side of Karma. Their push getting shut down yet again by Fukkatsu. But never mind, they're not going to get a nice pick on the shot. It's going to be another 2-down situation on both sides. But Karma's going to be able to actually get the man advantage back into making some specials and try and stop Fukkatsu from actually making any counter pushes.
I think what's really winning this match is Fukkatsu's defense. I mean, Karma had a very good opportunity to make a push there, but Fukkatsu Angels did a great job defending. They kept that mid control in check. So I think for the rest of this match, with about 1.5 minutes left on the clock, Fukkatsu Angels is just gonna play the defensive game. I take that back. Looks like they're still wanting more points, and past this slick, looks like they have an opportunity to get past it, which is huge. This is it, and I think we're gonna see a KO possibly.
They're not gonna be actually get the pick there. Yeah, my bad.
But in my eyes, that's practically a KO. Getting past that slick is so difficult, and Karma's gonna need a miracle to get past that.
I mean, yeah, as I said, that man advantage is so key on this map. We saw Karma go 3 down, getting shot down by some specials. Good special coordination on the side of Fukkatsu, able to actually get past almost a knockout, basically just setting this game into their hands. It's going to be probably the game unless Karma can actually get something set up here, get maybe a wipe, get maybe something, get some specials on the line. They have a jet ready, but nothing really else to do anything to go down from the bubbles there. Those bubbles are so devastating. They're able to put in a lot of work this match. The Swiffer doing a nice pick onto that splash, onto that shot there. And it's probably going to be game. And it's going to be into the game for Fukkatsu here, but you never know. They have 3 specials. From the side of Fukkatsu, it looks basically it.
I mean, not much more to say. 5 seconds left, and I mean, Fukkatsu Angels did a great job defending and pushing past that slick. This is a very promising first match for them.
Yeah. Something I'd like to know, I actually didn't call this out in the beginning, but there's squeezers on both sides of these teams, so that's really interesting. Squeezer, as I know specifically, is a really good weapon. Probably one of the most underused and underutilized weapons in this game. Being super good, having that ability to pressure from long ranges, having quick fire rate, and having those bubbles and instant bubble combo could be really devastating. And we saw those bubbles come into good play on that map. Those bubbles being good for getting solid picks, pairing with teams, or just getting some defense up, stopping pushes from happening. So those bubbles did come in handy for that map. But moving on, we're going to tower control ink block. So.
Yeah, this map is. What's interesting is the tower pretty much goes into the enemy spawn, so keeping a push going is a little more difficult than other TC maps where you have at least a little bit of breathing room if you take out a lot of your opponents. So this map, you're going to hit the top of your game to keep the enemy away from the tower.
Yeah, I agree. It's I've had struggles in this map. It's definitely difficult to get past the first checkpoint, the second checkpoint, respectively. Having something just shoot at you from that tower from multiple different angles can be really difficult to actually play around. So if you can get that man advantage, you can have a lot of breathing room. Specials are really solid. Having 10 elemental pressure, having maybe a Ray come out, we never know. We'll just have to see what both teams come out with and trying to see what they actually want to decide to do on this map here. I'm excited.
I kind of half fully expect like the same comp. I mean, both those Squeezer players were pretty talented with their weapon. I will say Squeezer is a very high skill ceiling weapon, so if you're good at it, you definitely want to run it. You have an advantage there. But like you said, Ray is not a bad pick on this map, and really, I don't know enough about these teams personally to make a judgment on what comps we're going to see. So I'm kind of excited.
Yeah, I'm excited to too. Hopefully we'll be seeing more Squeezer play. Squeezer's pretty solid for this map. Bubbles is pretty good. Even if it's tower control, Bubbles are really solid here. We're going to be seeing the Swiffer again instead of Fukkatsu. No backlines, no Rays. We are going to be seeing basically the same comps if I recall. Maybe the Crappid's actually going to be coming out from the side of Fukkatsu as well. So switching up comps, but not too different. The Squeezer are going to be subbed out for Crapid. It's actually a good pick here. You're seeing double team on the side, getting that shot picked down pretty quickly. That shot being overzealous, trying to get a pick there, but not going to be going into their favor. You already see man advantage to the side of Karma here, but one's going to be going down as well. From the side of Karma as well. But one's going to be going down on the side of Fukkatsu. Karma just trying to take anything from this opening push here. Having the man advantage, trying to just stop something happen here. They have a jet. They might be able to pick. Yeah, they pop the jet there. The Rapid's going to be able to take out the jet, actually. Interesting stuff. Fukkatsu just playing really solid defense here, stopping him from actually making anything happen.
Yeah, I want to talk about this Rapid real quick. I think this is a great pick. So while Rapid doesn't have the best paint or the best sliding power on its own, it has great chip damage, and you can see it right there. It has great pressure. That's the huge thing right now. That blast radius, enemies won't want to get near it, and the baller helps you push up. So this is a great pick. We're seeing it at its fullest right here on this map.
Yeah, this Rapid is putting a lot of work into this game already. We saw him get the pick on the jet. We saw them get the pick. A couple of good picks here that we saw the Rapid push up to the flat, get a nice pick onto one of the opposing members of Karma. It just set up a really good push, and a really solid lead from the side of Fukkatsu here. But it's going to be their push is going to be shut down pretty quickly by Karma here. Maybe going to be able to reset, get some paint back in the mid, and hopefully get a nice retaliation push going. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of great mechanical skill on the side of Karma, especially near the beginning of the set. They had a lot of great key picks to make a pretty substantial push. So I hope they kind of tap into that potential a little more. Seeing the bubbles coming out, a lot of people around tower, not the place you want to be, especially with a flank going 3 down. That's actually going to be a wipe in the end. So Fukkatsu Angels, all specials already. It's not looking good for Karma.
Yeah, that kind of play there, especially all groups around the tower. That tower is going to be the main focus of Fire. Having all of your mates be on that tower there is definitely not what you want to happen, especially as we saw them get wiped really quickly by Fukkatsu. And they're just going to be able to set up another push here. We saw basically no specials from the side of Karma here, but Fukkatsu's going to have all that special pressure, getting some nice picks, getting Nautilus picked off. A K-Pro in a decent position to actually get a pick there. Also, the Squeezer is trying to just make something happen with his bubble, but Go Available bubbles are not going to be doing much. That Rapid's going to be popping baller, trying to make this push continue. This is neutral here with the towers in their spawn. They're just trying to make something happen, trying to at least defend this tower and getting some paint back up in that.
I think what Fukkatsu was doing there is like they know they don't need to push, so they're just keeping the tower in a pretty unusual spot. But now Karma finally kind of getting it out back into mid, getting that mid control. They're doing a good job there. But what they need to do is just kind of amp up their coordination a little bit. I think that's the advantage of Fukkatsu. Otherwise, these teams are pretty even mechanically. It's just Fukkatsu Angels, their teammates know exactly where they need to be in order to succeed.
We're seeing actually 3 down, 3 here on the side of Karma. We're going to be seeing them actually try to make a push from the left side here, try to make something happen. The Tenements is going to be coming out, also the blue bomb's going to be coming out, and it's going to be shutting down the K-Pro there. 3 down on the side of Karma actually. Fukkatsu Angels is in a really, really well positioned to actually make something happen here. Trying to build some specials, trying to make a push here. At least they don't even have to make a push because they have such a solid lead here. All they have to do is defend the tower, make sure that Karma does not get on that tower, and just stopping their feed from actually having. They're going to be dropping into mid. Fukkatsu's just going to be stopping shot from actually getting anything done. Fukkatsu is doing a really good job at shutting down Karma's attempts at pushing here, and it's just looking a little too good for Fukkatsu here actually.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting to see Fukkatsu kind of pushing in. You know, about 30 seconds left. They don't need to do this, but I would say keeping the tower in their spawn instead of your spawn is probably the play. Especially, they seem pretty comfortable battling Karma right now. I think they got them figured out. So, about 10 seconds left. It's looking very likely to be decided.
Yeah, just Karma trying to make the last step of push, getting on the tower, but getting shut down by their specialists. It's just gonna look like, yep, it's gonna look like Fukkatsu's game here. Yeah, just a really solid play from the side of Fukkatsu. Did a really good job at defending and also taking advantage of their opponent's feeding and also their clumping onto the tower. We saw that one play where they did get a full wipe and shutting down them pretty quickly. Yeah, Fukkatsu just did a really good job there.
Yeah, we're seeing like an example of positioning for your teammates. You see Karma, very good players, definitely very good players, but their positioning wasn't that. It wasn't as strong as Fukkatsu. I was watching that whole game just thinking Fukkatsu has teammates exactly where they need to be. That whole game, they were in places where Karma weren't expecting, and they were spread out just enough to the pressure applied, while Karma wasn't really taking full advantage of that. So I think positioning is super underrated, and that's something that a lot of teams could work on a little bit more, because you can see right there how big of a difference it makes.
Yeah, that position, that, as you said, positioning is very underrated. It's probably one of the most important parts of this game. Getting into solid positions and being able to actually set up your weapons to actually do something on the map is so important. And we saw Fukkatsu do a good job at actually doing all of that. And they did a really solid job at just playing around what I wanted to do. But that being said, we're moving on to Splatzone's snapper right here. Definitely one of my favorite, more favorite maps here. We're gonna be seeing a similar comp from the side of Fukkatsu. We're gonna be seeing the squeezer come out from the side of Karma again, opting to drop. Opting to go for the similar comp on both sides here. It's been working out for Fukkatsu, but not so much for Karma here. Hopefully, we can see Karma actually put in some use of the squeezer here, put in some bubbles here. So
yeah, something about this map, I personally would say play this map like it's turf war, because you can see here the two sides of this map flanking the zones allows it to be so easy to be flanked on this map. You can see these bubbles already coming in. It's so easy to go into the spawn of the team spawn. Just having the paint control on both sides of the zone is almost as important as the zone itself. It is just so easy to get around on this map.
As you were saying that,
great job. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as you were saying that, Karma just like pushed in from that right side and shut down Fukkatsu really quickly there. But as we see, Fukkatsu actually going to get a 2 down, 3 down, actually a wipe. Wow, pushing in really quickly. Barely any specials actually coming out from the side of Fukkatsu, but able to shut down Karma really quickly there. Just goes to show how well they were able to coordinate pushes there. And we saw Karma do a really good job with the opening push, but Fukkatsu just doing a really good job shutting down their opponents. We see the overzealous push from the side of the shot there. Really just shutting for Karma to actually shut down their push, stopping them from actually getting a lead there. 1 point difference from both sides. Karma just being able to pop those bubbles, get some picks, and set up maybe that paint on both sides of the field, hopefully just stopping Fukkatsu from actually doing anything.
Yeah, you can tell Karma definitely has splat zones a little more figured out. This is I believe this is the first splat zone set we've seen, or game we've seen in this set, so as you can finally see their best mode shine here, it seems like they're doing a great job right now, especially compared to the last game we've seen.
Yeah, as you say that, actually, Karma's going 3 down. He's putting them all into their spawn, actually, which is actually really solid. We saw Fukkatsu just do a really good job double teaming and getting some really solid picks inside of Karma here. But the Karma's going to be able to pop these bubbles, try and make some paint happen into the zone, trying to just neutralize the zone, stopping him from actually getting any more points. But it just looks like Fukkatsu's doing a really good job pinning over the zone, staying in position, and just popping specials here. We see Karma actually push in here, get a wipe on the side of Fukkatsu. Fukkatsu's just going to go down really quickly. So.
Yeah, I'm loving the plays seen by Karma. I mean, they got locked out of their spawn twice now, but they still retaliated in the end. So if they can just keep up this pressure right here, they could easily win the game. Especially 2 minutes left on the clock. They want to get as many points as they can.
Exactly. what's interesting to note about this game is that both teams have actually they haven't really been like going back and forth. I mean, they have been going back and forth. And each time they want to retaliate push, they get a wipe. Both teams have been getting wipes in order to shut. Again, another wipe.
Wow, that's huge.
That is so huge. That's basically GG. Karma actually taking out Fukkatsu, taking the game for zones. Yeah, as I was just talking about wipes, they get another wipe. That's just you know, commentator's curse there. So.
A very good performance by Karma. I mean, they got locked out of their spawn twice and they still retaliated. So like that's huge. I mean, Karma's definitely figuring out Fukkatsu Angels, but I don't want to assume they're just better at zones. Hopefully, they can keep up this performance and maybe get a reverse sweep.
I mean, it wasn't really that much of a zones play there. They were just playing super aggressive and shutting down Fukkatsu. So I wouldn't say if it was actually just the zones game. It was really just them playing more mechanically, better, and being able to actually put a lot of work into their specials, getting really good solid picks, double teaming, teaming up, and getting really good picks on the side of Fukkatsu and just shutting down anything that Fukkatsu could do. Even though Fukkatsu did get a good retaliation wipe and a solid push, a couple of pushes there, but yeah.
Yeah, next up on Clan Blitz New Albacore. I feel like I say this every time. I mean, this map's huge, and Clan Blitz, and it's just super hard to push in. It's the same ordeal. I say it every time. But,
yeah.
Something I always want to say, it's something about low ink in this map mode. There's always a tent. Now, I'm not saying there will be a tent, but like somehow, always a tent appears on this map mode. So...
10 is such an important weapon on this map. If you have a 10 on your team, it's just going to give you a solid advantage, because being able to just throw a shield out on one of those straightaways, especially in the one leading to the middle of the spawn, the one leading to the right side of each spawn, having that 10, just being able to put in a lot of pressure, just shutting down opponents really quickly, especially if your opponents are going to be sitting around the right side of the map. That 10 is just able to stop them from actually making any progress. But yeah, as you said, we're probably not going to be seeing a 10 here, especially both comps have been just running tentless comps so far. So, but anything can really happen. Probably going to be seeing a CDS here. CDS is one of the better weapons for this map, specifically for Clan Blitz as well. Hopefully they're seeing that. If not, we're going to see probably Squeeze here. And Swiffer play maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, something about this map, you always have to prioritize range and paint. It is such an interesting combo, because you can never really have both in this game. So you got to make a really good balance, as this map is really big. So you want as much range as you can possibly get.
Alright, I stand corrected. No CDS is going to be coming up from either side. And yeah, having that balance between range and paint, we see Fukkatsu having that really solid balance between range and paint. Even though they have that shot, that's not going to be doing at least much, in my opinion, on this map. They do have that ability to have all of that paint. Those missiles are so important, having double missiles. You see Karma actually going down pretty quickly. We see Squeeze getting down, and also Fukkatsu getting a trade there. 2 down already on the side of Karma. Fukkatsu's in a really good position to actually make things happen here early on to this game. So let's go get a nice pick on the Nautilus there. We're just seeing them, Karma just getting staggered here so early on to this game. But hopefully putting happen here quickly.
On a map like this, where positioning is key, you got to really spread out in order to get as much coverage as possible. Karma seems to have figured it out. I mean, they're doing a good job building that power plant, especially 1 minute into the game. That's pretty important. 2 down, it's not looking likely that they're going to actually make a push off it. But I like their intent, and it's looking very promising for me in this game. It's looking pretty even so far.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a pretty solid job at both teams are doing really solid at stopping their opponents from actually making anything happen. We do see Fukkatsu already going into their spawn. They had a nice couple of picks there. Power Clan probably going to be able to actually push into their spawn here, but actually, I'm going to eat my words here. Fukkatsu's actually not in that good of a position. They still have make control, but Karma's still being able to retaliate, stopping their pushes particularly. Just looking like to be playing out neutral again. The Jack actually going down on the side of Karma, who actually a really important pick there. Actually, the Squeeze is going to go down as well. We're seeing a early push for actually actually.
say early push 2 minutes into the game, but I mean, on this map mode, it's so hard to actually get into those spawns. So yeah, it is pretty early in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, basically early. I mean, as we see, Clambook is definitely it's a struggle for some teams to actually push here. That early pushes in association usually happen around halfway through the actual game. And as we see here, we see Fukkatsu is going to be getting a 50-point push. That's a pretty decent push, especially on this map, respectively. We see seeing Karma actually struggle to get back in, even though they were able to defend that push. They're not going to be able to get control.
Oh no! He made the best of it. He made the best of it. No, I'm proud of that guy.
Yeah.
I didn't think he pulled that off. I thought he stuck it.
Yeah, well, he was able to that booyah off. At least make something out of that really terrible position there. Sadly, it is Albacore Hotel. It is. There's a lot of water on this map. A lot of areas to actually just fall off. We saw that happen right then and there. So, but we're seeing Karma actually try and make something happen here. They're just going to be going. They are going to be able to get a power climb in. Barely any climbs. They don't really have many climbs to actually take advantage of this push here, but they are going to make the most of it. Again, our time at 59. So they did that was a really solid push, but it's not going to be enough to actually get the lead here. Fukkatsu Angels is still in a really solid position to actually to just like defend and make the most of their lead as they can. Maybe even get a push here. We're going to be seeing the Swiffer a nice pick onto 52 gal. Really solid pick there. They have armor, they have missiles. They're going to be able to actually probably make something here with a 2-down situation here. So.
Yeah, and at the rate this match is moving, and the mid-control Fukkatsu has, Karma's going to need to play a lot faster if they want to gain that lead. And they're pretty close. All they need to do is throw in a couple claims, but getting into the basket, especially with all this map control Fukkatsu has, is going to be the biggest challenge.
Yeah, I know, it's going to be difficult, especially with all this pressure they have inside of Fukkatsu. I mean, they're just shutting down their opponents, especially since they are more aggressive on the side in terms of weapons. We see 3 going down the side of Karma here. It's going to be probably a solid push coming out from Fukkatsu, especially since that T was on the other side of the map. Not going to be able to actually make anything happen. The bubbles are coming out. It's going to be able to actually make a push here. The Sweden does go down really quickly. Not going to be able to get that one. Actually, never mind. They are going to be able to get the claim in. Just being able to get a really solid push there. It's still going.
It's wow. Okay, I thought that push wasn't going anywhere, and they're just going to give Karma a free claim. But wow, they did a great job. And even I didn't notice that person missed. They did a great job being sneaky. Again, positioning is key. That is the one thing to take away from this set.
Hey, I mean, if you can just hide yourself even from the commentators, even from the people respecting the match, it's definitely that's definitely something to be proud about. The boost going to be coming out from the side of the left side for the 52 here, trying to make something happen. They don't really have many claims to actually get anything started. I mean, I don't know what really happened there. I don't know why they were pushing specifically.
Yeah, they had good intentions, and I'm impressed they actually made it into their spawn, but they had no power claim to actually score with. So, Fukkatsu Angels going to take the set, but Karma, I'm gonna give them a shout out. I mean, they did a pretty good job in that latter half of the set. They really kind of, you could tell they were learning as they go, which is a very important skill.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they were downloading basically Fukkatsu and trying to actually make something happen there. But sadly, their comp was just a little too aggressive for this map, a little too short range. Weren't able to actually push in as efficiently as many other teams would be able to. So they were just being able to get shut down, even though they did get that one push in the after Fukkatsu's one push. They weren't really able to do much else. Fukkatsu really did a good job at just taking advantage of the fact that they have too short range, and you're able to get a really solid push at the end. So.
And yeah, that'll do it for this second round. Hey, I'm going to go back to actually staffing this tournament. We have a new commentator coming in, so be sure to stick around while we take a short break while we swap the commentators.
See you then.
and forth, and this is why Splatoon is so much Splatoon over here. Although they got the cooldown points down though, so if they can overtake the clear, though they There's another one!
I mean, this is crazy. I'm in Rainmaker on Manta Maria. It's definitely super beatable. Sneaking for more points. And going, God. And Mission Instinct is our victor over Vaporwave in this round 3. Wow! Snuck in there and managed to get that victory.
Them collapsing and pushing off of it. Unfortunately, Eevee able to at least mitigate the damage. And now Twisted Tongue is doing a very strange thing here. Pushing from the left side. Oh, he gets a with the fadeaway death. That's the kick in the afterlife. You see Platver up on the top there, trying to throw some in from above. Vertigo trying to get control of this again, but it's already 2 down again for Red Sun. Daybreak going down to Vertigo here. Great shot. How did he not die? Excuse me. Great tent play and Pop Gun. I feel like that's going to be the deciding factor in this game.
Alright, so welcome back to Low Ink, Day 2. We're going to be moving on to Round 3, GeekSquid versus Night Surfing. We have a new commentator here. Welcome Cater, who swapped in for JPEG just last round. So, yeah, what do you have to say?
Yes, hello, that is me.
Yep, alright. So, we're going to be moving on to Tower Control Mako Mar. We had a little funny that happened last month.
Just a little thing.
There's a little thing. I don't know if any of you remember that. Just a little thing that happened, but hopefully that doesn't happen this time. I really doubt it's going to. But yeah, just a little background on our teams that we have here. GeekSquid beat Resilience last round, which is payback because they lost to them earlier this week in Ludi. And Night Surfing also beat Battlechip in a usual alpha team. So yeah, that's something interesting to talk about these teams. So we're gonna be seeing them battle it out on Tower Control Mako in this round 3 of Day 2 Low Ink. So see what happens.
Tower Control Mako, all jokes aside, honestly, I really like this stage. It's one of this and like the Reef, I keep saying, are like really well-rounded stages, honestly. Just like, people like them a lot, they're very popular. With the way Mako is shaped, though, like, you have the 2 stacks in mid, you have a wide open mid area, but there are also alleyways on either side, so you have fast transport, but also, you know, really close, cramped combat there. It's a little bit of everything, and honestly, that's why I like Mako so much.
Yeah, Mako is really a well-loved stage by the community. I don't know a single person doesn't like Mako, or Mako, or however you pronounce it. I think it's Mako, but
Mako, Mako,
yeah,
tomato, same difference.
Same difference, exactly. But yeah, we're gonna see GeekSquid pull up the backline. The Charger here, when we're seeing Night. What was that?
Nice. Surfing, I believe.
Pinpoint.
Yeah.
Night Surfing gonna be pulling out the remix here. So 2 backlines. We haven't seen many backlines, especially so far in Day 2 here. So it's nice to see some backlines battle it out here. Backline is definitely Charger being a very solid pick on this map here. So.
Yeah, and that's going to be Night Surfing with the first pick of the tower there, unfortunately going a few members down. They were 2 down and none of them got picked off, leaving the Remix, the last one alive here. Just holding their ground with that Booyah Bomb at the ready and waiting for their teammates. Meanwhile, GeekSquid is 1 down right now with that K-52 being out of mission. So it looks like Noodles here on the Zap with the armor gonna push up really far. And Nightshade is going to take tower again, but the Ray from the splatter scope there gonna come out from the side of GeekSquid, shut down their push as 3 members now of Night Surfing go down. I keep wanting to say Nightshade for some reason, and the Remix is yet again the only one alive. They're in a different position now, just getting stared down by the Charger, but they do end victorious with that. And again, though, GeekSquid actually goes 3 down right there, and so that's probably going to be yet another opening for Night Surfing as the K-Shot here stepping forward to find the last pick, now popping missiles, and their team is going to get up to that first check.
So far, it's just been a back and forth here, basically wipe after wipe here. GeekSquid is going to be getting shot down on tower. 2 are going to be going down on the side of Night Surfing. GeekSquid is going to be trying their best to actually make something happen. Trying to get some paint back in mid. Hopefully trying to get some specials coming out. But this 52 is going to be shot down again. The Jet coming out from the side of GeekSquid, trying to get a pick here. The shot is actually going to, I don't know if he's going to be going down here. The Booyah is going to be coming out, getting a pick onto the T-Tech there. Just a bloodbath in mid currently. Just both teams trying to make something happen. The Remix is trying to get a pick here, trying to push into mid, the Slosher on the left side, trying to make something happen. The Charger having Ray though, that could be able to, jumping up, probably Ray, this tower here, get something, make something happen. So far, it's going to be Night Surfing going to be trying to get another push here. The Ray's going to be coming out and trying another push pretty quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, although both teams are really trying to get towers practically deathmatch at this point. However, though, you did see here GeekSquid go 2 down, and with the charge jumping out, that's going to be an effective 3 down. The Slosher here really using their fall-up in order to harass the Sledge as much as possible. Unfortunately, going to get dropped down by the K-Gal, and that's going to leave the rest of the... Oh! That's a full wipe! I was going to say 3 down. Unfortunately, the jump out getting denied by that K-Gal there, and so it's going to be GeekSquid right now in full control of mid. Sternford on the T-Tech, already up here, applying so much pressure and aggression. Gets an assist, gets taken down by the K-Shot, and that's going to be 2 down at the side of GeekSquid. K-Shot gets another pick, that's 3 down now. And so, as quickly as it started, that push from GeekSquid gonna get shut down and only getting them to 81. So this leaves Night Surfing still in the lead with 51 right now, and they're gonna try and set up for another push here as the K-Shot just continuously really not letting up on the pressure here. They're getting so many picks, and this means not Nightshade, why am I keep saying that? Night Surfing's lead can be extended.
I mean, Night Surfing has just been doing a good job. Showing on the pushes on GeekSquid. GeekSquid has been doing, trying to actually push into mid, trying to make something happen, but Night Surfing has just been doing a really solid job making a push. But as I say that, GeekSquid's actually going to make them go 3 down. The Zap's going to jump out. GeekSquid's going to be setting up for another push here, possibly. But as we've seen before, Night Surfing has done a really solid job at shutting down these pushes. He's Strinfit on the shot, on the jet, trying to get a pick here, or something happen. Getting a nice pick, actually, onto, I believe that was the Zap there. Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to get back past this first checkpoint. They haven't been doing a great job at doing that, but they're racing me out. Not going to be able to get a pick here. Being able to stagger at least their opponents, or at least put them into a difficult position to actually make anything happen here. Right now, GeekSquid's in a really positive position. The Booyah and the Jet coming out. The Jet coming out again, as we saw prior in this push, but getting a nice pick onto that Slosher, pushing everyone onto the right side of the other stack side. Hopefully trying to get this lead, but actually, like, that Booyah is going to be stopping that push. But Ghost Spirit getting a nice pick onto the tower, and they're just trying to hold on, trying to make something happen. The Splatling being able to actually get a pick onto the tower and stopping their push in their tracks. A really close last final push, but it looks like it's going to be going into the hands of Night Surfing here. So.
Yeah, that last pick that Alex on the Splatling was able to get through the ray onto the tower, I think it pretty much saved them the game. That was really nice off of them. A very well fought close game, like you said. And look at all the picks coming out from the side of both teams. Actually, 17 from Bowen on the NZAP and 8 armors too. So they still performed really well.
Yeah, I mean, if that ray had just pushed a little bit to the right side and gotten that pick onto the Splatling, they probably would have won that game. But that Splatling pick on the tower was so crucial to stop that game from actually going anywhere. So we can just sum that up sum all of that up to that Splatling getting that nice final pick there. But we're going to be moving on to Splat Zone Starfish here. Another well-rounded stage. A lot of people actually enjoy this map as well. It's not one of my favorites, but it definitely is for well-rounded combat and a really interesting match to watch. So.
It is quite a nice map in my opinion. You have those attics and grates on either side of the stage, so sometimes you get a lot of flanks coming out from both sides, which makes both sides of mid actually really easily accessible by both teams. So if somebody pulls off, a sneaky flank, because you can't see Ink doesn't show up on those grates because, it falls through, so you can't always see whether somebody's just walking over. And then you have the Snipe, which can afford Anchor's full reign of mid. It's a really nice map in my opinion, but that also just might be because I play heavy Splatling.
Yes, of course. It is a really solid map for Splatling, so it looks like Night Surfing is going to be having that advantage, having that Splatling, but can't count GeekSquid out yet. They have that Charger. Charger is a really solid counter for heavy and Splatlings in general.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, I think you would know that specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those flanks, as you mentioned earlier, those are very, very crucial points in this map. If you can, those flanks, you're going to be watching those, and you're going to be having to take those, opting to take those flank spots, because they're basically your only way into mid, and besides just pushing through mid specifically. So we're going to be seeing probably a lot of flanks, hopefully. Maybe from the heavy even then, because the heavy can take advantage of those grates and get some nice pick as well. And then take advantage of that right side flat area. So yeah, we're just going to be hopping into this match already. So
Yeah, it looks like both teams pretty much know what they want, and that's good to be solid and comfortable in your comps. But then again, you know, like, honestly, if you're trying to form a comp, my opinion is just play what you're most comfortable with. But a couple of comp changes, seeing the foil squeezer getting pulled out on the side of Night Surfing. A pretty interesting pick, but I don't see it. It's not a bad pick. I quite like that actually. And then the remix staying, and then Firefin and Mini Splatling getting pulled out by GeekSquid too. So a couple of little different compositions here, but not bad at all. I quite like them.
Yeah, I mean, I specifically like the Mini Splatling pick here. Mini Splatling being a really solid map. Splatling to take advantage of those flank sides. So the bubbles coming out here already, being able to cap the zone, that was basically the point of those bubbles there. Being able to actually take advantage of capping that zone and putting a lot of pressure onto that zone. It's very small, very square-like zone there, so the bubbles can come in and just pop and just get all that paint and cap that zone basically instantly. We're going to be seeing the armor come out on the side of GeekSquid, not before the shots can be taken out pretty quickly. That armor is not going to be doing much off the side of GeekSquid as they are 3 down specifically. And we just saw, we're just seeing GeekSquid trying to make a push here, trying to get a pick here. You see Coast Spurt trying to make something happen. We see the armor coming out again from the side of GeekSquid, and actually being able to take advantage of that armor, trying to push those sides, trying to get some picks here, but not without a retaliation armor. Most likely going to be coming out from Night Surfer here. They can get out of this conundrum there and the jump out from the side of the junior here. So.
Yeah, right now the zone and control of the map has flipped very nicely in favor of GeekSquid right now. So much green on the map. They are in complete control of mid and zone, forcing the members of Night Surfing to back up and, you know, on those top sides that are now getting missiled again by this Mini Splatling here. They are doing very well in painting, which is their job. The bubbles here coming out from the squeezer and their counterpart. I'm not completely sure who's with them, but oh, the Soda getting a nice double with that is going to be a complete wipe on the side of GeekSquid. Not before they can take lead by 1 point, but they pretty much have 1 shot as the penalty for Night Surfing is very, very quickly taken down. The Soda getting taken out, and it looks like the members of GeekSquid are ready to go right now as the armor's going out, the missiles are at the ready, a pick goes on, but they have to go for the zone right now as the double on the side from Strinfer on the shot here, but that results in them losing the lead by 1 point, 37-36 right now, as the members of Night Surfing have respawned now, and GeekSquid is in control of zone right now, but unfortunately a bomb killing the Mini there, and that's 2 down. This Splatling going to be flanking, but immediately called out by the Charger there. That's not going to deter them, but right now the zone was in a neutral state for a really long time, eventually going to flip to Night Surfing though, forcing GeekSquid back a little bit. You see the Slosher just relentlessly harassing that Charger, not letting them feel safe on Snipe at all, and out come the bombs as well. Unfortunately, with all of that, they're going to get taken down. That penalty though for Night Surfing almost gone, and if they can hold on to it, they can extend their lead just by more than 1 point, you know?
Exactly. We just been seeing a bloodbath here. We see Night Surfing doing a good job shutting down GeekSquid, but GeekSquid can retaliating in a nice triple. Triple almost a wipe from the side of Night Surfing here. The entire map is painted in their color here. They have a really solid chance of being able to lock out Night Surfing here and stopping them from actually making a push. We see the flank coming out from both the squeezer and I believe that was the Slosher there. And the bubbles are going to be coming out, but not without a fight. GeekSquid is going to be able to throw out some bombs. Getting the lead there by 3 points, really solid lead, but gonna be not enough to actually make them feel comfortable. There's gonna be a trade on the side of the flank, neutralizing the zone here. Night Surfing is gonna try and paint the zone over, but not without the Charger gonna be harassing the Splatling, getting the pick, eventual pick onto the Splatling, but not without the Slosher getting the trade onto that Charger. The Charger putting a lot of work into this map. Also, the Mini going to be painting over the zone, getting a nice pick there as well. Neutralizing and capping the zone here. Just stopping Night Surfing from actually getting any semblance of a lead. Stopping them from actually trying to make a push here. The bubbles coming out from the side of Night Surfing. Not going to be able to get a pick, but is going to be able to save the Splatling, the Squeezer from actual eventual death. It's just been GeekSquid looking like it's going to be in their favor here, but looks like Night Surfing is actually going to get the booyah, get that armor, but not without a fight there. Splatling's going to try and get the pick, shuts down GeekSquid, and it looks like it's going to be a last-effort push from the side of Night Surfing here.
Not without the bomb rush coming out from the is that a Neo? That's not a Neo Splash. The fire fin there. I don't know, I'm immediately thinking Neo Splash. And that actually, unfortunately, the bomb rush not being able to catch, that's going to be the lead in overtime for Night Surfing there, as they are able to just cling on by the skin of their teeth and bring that back for a nice game 2.
Yeah, Night Surfing did a really solid job. It was both back and forth.
Oh my god, 10 armors for Bowen on the Junior. Wow.
Junior putting in a lot of work there. I mean, Junior being one of the one of the faster painting weapons in this game, being able to get a lot of armor, especially with that 1 ADP armor, if I'm correct. But yeah, the Junior's gonna be putting in a lot of effort on that map, especially since of how small and short that zone is. Being able to just consistently paint it over and over again, especially with that double bomb. If they were running double bomb there. Just back and forth pushes and back and forth wipes. It was looking like GeekSquid's favor there in the last few seconds, but Night Surfing was able to take advantage of their feeds there and their overzealous plays, and was able to get that lead in the end. We're going to be moving on to actually Compact Clam Blitz. Definitely an interesting map here.
Yeah. Interesting to see if we see that Soda Slosher come back or any bucket at all, just because Compact, with all of its curves, favors sloshers and other fall-off weapons like rollers so heavily that I'd be surprised, honestly, not to see one of them come out.
Exactly. I'm hoping to see maybe a Tri-Slosher here, Tri being one of the most favorite weapons in this map, specifically. But you never know. It's Clam Blitz here. Clam Blitz is a really, definitely one of the weirder modes on this map. It's difficult to actually make any pushes here, but if you can get that man advantage, it could be really easy to actually push. Once you have that push going, it's hard to shut it down from the opposing team. So I'm expecting maybe a Slosher here. That backline, that Charger probably wants to switch off of something that could be a little more manageable on this map. The Splatling, I think, can stay to its Splatling. That Splatling, especially the remix, can be really solid. Getting that mid control, being able to push, pop those Booyah Bombs and put a lot of paint into their the opposing team's sides, into their spawn and their flat specifically. So we're just gonna have to see what they decide to pull out this match here.
Yeah, like you said, remix, especially with that Booyah Bomb. Booyah Bomb's really favored on Humpback, especially zoned, just because the Humpback zone's pretty big, but Booyah Bomb can neutralize or even take it back if it's not painted over. However, it is just popular in general because of the geometry of the stage, honestly. You know, if you're trapped in one of those small trenches with nowhere to run, then you're pretty much dead to the expanding the Booyah. And there we go. Splatlings on both sides, not on the side of GeekSquid. That remix staying on the side of Night Surfing, and then the Soda Slosher making a reappearance there. We see a tent coming out too, which is not a bad pick. Not something I see too much in general, but I'm excited to see how that bit of a switch plays out, especially in Clam Blitz, where they can use that tent shield to take damage as they're throwing in clams, or the shield to even to start off.
Yeah, tent, definitely one of these stronger weapons in this map specifically. If you can get that tent into their right side and pressure their spawn, it could be really devastating. Especially, it's really difficult to actually take a tent out with its long-lasting shield and its recovery of its shield so quick. As we see here, the tent is going to be coming out, pushing out that right side. That's probably one of the best plays there, but it is going to get shot down by that wall there. The tent's going to be getting shot down really quickly. The armor coming out as well from the side of GeekSquid, getting a nice pick. Getting the push back into mid here. That Jet trying to get one pick there, but not being able to. GeekSquid getting shut down again. Instead of the first push of the game, going to Night Surfing here. Bomber's coming out, getting a nice pick onto, I believe that was Nautilus there, and then the splash as well. Yeah, we're just going to be seeing a really solid push here. Many clams coming out from the side of Night Surfing here, and just Heavy trying to hold on to this fence, trying to stall this.
Look at what that tent is doing right now. I'm sorry to interrupt, but honestly, like, they forced so many members of GeekSquid to devote all their attention. Like at one point, I think 3 members of GeekSquid were all just trying to take the tent out, and that enabled Night Surfing to get all the way down to 17 in the first minute and 45 seconds of this game, which is no small feat. I mean, like he said, once these pushes start, they are hard to stop, and now GeekSquid has the bar set very high in order to do this.
I mean, as you were saying, that tent, its main goal is to distract, and if it distracts really well, especially during a push, it can be devastating.
Oh, it did. I mean, it even took one of the members of GeekSquid out in a 2v1, a 3v1, so it was very, very impressive what they did there. They did exactly what you're saying that they needed to do.
Now, all they need to do is distract, and once they get the distract, they were able to put it down to 17 here.
The moves on this Flatling are quite nice, too.
Exactly, yeah, they've just been playing around those small walls in the mid. It's really difficult to actually shut down someone in mid, especially if they're able to play around those walls pretty well. It's just neutral here. The tent's trying to pop the shield. It's going to jump out as well, being able to just work as a distraction. Just be coming out, getting to take off the Splatling. This might actually enable GeekSquid to actually get something done here. They can play a little more aggressive, knowing that the range weapon that they're having difficulty dealing with is actually going to be getting shut down here. They have only 10 clams though. They need to get more clams, and if they want to get a push here, really they only have the power clam here, which they're going to be just setting up and trying to get a push here, but that's going to be getting shut down pretty quickly here by the tent.
Yeah, the tent's been playing very well around both their shield, but also just the hammer that they have. Like, we've seen a lot of very nice hammer picks throughout this entire game. And now we see 2 power clams on the side of Night Surfing, one with the tent, one with the remix, and another pick coming out of the remix there, now who's now juggling clams. And Night Surfing has a lot of clamps to their name, especially with all of those clams in mid. They have a penalty of 41, which is more than 2 power clams, but still, they're gonna jump into the basket right now. That tent already up there with another hammer out. Unfortunately, that hammer does get cancelled, but both power clams go in, and another member of GeekSquid goes down to that Booyah Bomb. The Soda in mid managing to take out another member of GeekSquid, trying to, fortunately not going to get in close enough, but still, that penalty has gone down a little bit for Night Surfing right now, and GeekSquid still does not have a single point on the board as we are going into the last minute of this match here.
Even if
oh my goodness, Tent.
The Tent is putting in a lot of work here getting those 2 picks, but the Nautilus is actually going to be doing a lot of things here too, stopping Night Surfing from actually making anything happen. They are going to get a clam in the basket, and they're actually going to get another clam in the basket, and they're going to actually take the game. Surprisingly, I was not expecting that from actually happening for them.
Yeah, a nice KO to finish off that game. That game 3 question mark, I believe. I can't count, in favor of Night Surfing. And look at that, 18 KA out of the remix there and 13 out of the 10.
Yeah, I was going to say something about how they weren't really that push. The double power clam was actually not going to be that good for them, especially if that's giving them their pity clam, but they were able to extend that push a little longer and bring in another 2 power clams and stop and shut down that game entirely and bring it to NightSquid. NightSquid can get a 3-0, a quick 3-0 in the game 3 set. So yeah, good congratulations to Night Surfing for that one, but we're going to be moving on to round 4 soon. I'm not entirely UCSD. Oh, they did. Yeah. Alright, yeah, so after that game, yeah, we're going to be moving on to round 4 here. We're going to be actually taking a small break in between these rounds. Yeah, we're going to be moving on. It's going to be UCSD, I'm pretty sure, versus another team here. But yeah, we'll just catch you all in a few minutes here. So.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Inc. April 2021. We are in winners finals of Alpha Brackets. I am joined by just Leo, I was told to say, so I don't screw it up too much. I am Popgun coming in here doing some emergency duty for. It's been an interesting day behind the scenes, but we're going to be giving you guys winners finals here. UCSD Esports, the Fighting Tritons, taking on Night Surfing. Two teams that have been on stream earlier today, two teams that have been looking very dominant. And this is a set you do not want to lose because historically the team that wins this set usually goes on to win the entire tournament. So a lot on this line of this best of 5.
Exactly. This is a nice fresh breath. I don't know how to say that thing. It's nice to have someone super energetic in the commentary today. I've been a little bit down the dumps today, so it's nice to have someone super hyped, super ready to commentate this set here. As you said before, we've seen both of these teams, both UCSD and Night Surfing, play super well in their past sets, especially since we just saw Night Surfing play recently today. So it's going to be a very interesting set. Winners finals. Splatoon's Muscle Forge. What are your opinions on that?
Well, it's really, I think this is going to come down to San Diego's two slayers that they've been bringing out here. Mofugami on CDS has been really impressive over the course of last month and this month. Monster John, they seem like a really good 1-2 punch from the Slayer perspective for San Diego. So it's really going to come down to how can Night Surfing deal with those two? If they can keep them dead most of the game, or at least one of them down to a point to where they never get the group up, I think they're going to have the advantage here because I feel like Night Surfing's roster, top to bottom, is just a little bit stronger. But San Diego, very experienced. They've got a lot of momentum behind them with what they did in Ludi, and you see them coming out here with this very aggressive Slayer comp here, no anchor. With the DRF on the Tri-Slosher providing armor. And Alex is going to have a lot of range to work with at that ball point if they choose to, if they can keep their distance here, and already 2 players going down, 1 on each side.
I mean, early on in this game, already seeing 2 down, a wipe on the side of San Diego or UCSD. We're seeing NightSquid already having that pressure already setting up, trying to get the pick on the CDS, not going down without a trade here though. Mofugami doing a lot of trying his best to actually get a pick there. It seems that Night Surfing is just going to be able to just hold this mid pressure, just hold some paint in mid, just getting the cap consistently, even through that bomb rush there. Night Surfing just going to be trying to paint over the zone, getting a nice pick though onto the Squatter Jr., getting a 3 down on the side of Night Surfing. That push is going to be going down pretty quickly. UCSD is going to be able to actually take advantage of them going 3 down and getting into their spawn already. So that's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, you see right away San Diego, Monster John, and Mofugami doing work with 3 KAs each. You see the CDS pushing up there, just won't die. And again, we talked about this is the key to this. When those 2 go, the rest of San Diego goes. And right now, those 2 are feasting on Night Surfing. It's got them to 50 points remaining. And yeah, if you're Night Surfing, it seems like they haven't really taken any time to regroup yet. They just keep getting taken down here. My goodness, this is starting. It wasn't looking this close at the beginning, but now it's really looking like San Diego is going to be in control here as they lose control of zone. But still damage done. A huge opening push, and but a great defense nonetheless by Night Surfing.
I mean, yeah, you said that once they get that momentum, they can just keep going, getting those picks, and even they come out with the armor here, trying to trying to get the zone into their hands. Another armor coming out, that double armor just being able to pay off a lot. Mofugami getting another nice pick. CDS is really solid for him. He's getting a lot of picks here. He's getting a lot of paint. He's just doing a lot onto this on this having a lot of presence onto this map here. Almost getting another pick onto that ball point there, putting a lot of work, shoving them out of their positions. And just holding onto the zone, trying to keep it neutralized, trying to get it into their paint. All they have to do is keep it in their control, and they do get 3 down on the side of Night Surfing here. They're doing a really solid job locking them out of their spawn, just getting all of this paint control, putting them out of their spawn, pushing them into their spawn, and just doing a lot of work with this stage here.
Yeah, Yumura for Night Surfing currently top fragging for the team with 7KA. They kind of need somebody else to step up here, though. It seems like the Soda Slosher and Alex on the ballpoint have been having a lot of difficulty staying alive. They've been doing a good job of making sure Alex never gets sets up, never gets comfortable, which is what you want to do when you are this anchorless comp going against a team with an anchor with that ballpoint. But one player going down for San Diego. If you're going to make a push, it's now or never for Night Surfing, but they lose their junior in the process. Alex almost got the kill there. Too much armor, decides to back off, and instead of retreating backside, and that might be the distraction they need to get the lead, the KO here with Alex being the last alive. That is a wipe, and San Diego up 1-0 in winners finals here, continuing this impressive streak that they've been on. And once again, we talked about it. If Night Surfing doesn't figure out how to shut down this two-headed monster in Monster John and Mofugami, the set might not last much longer.
I couldn't have said it better than that. I mean, yeah, as we saw, they were just able to consistently pressure out their opponent. Shutting down the backline is so important, especially when you don't have a backline yourself. Being able to just stop your opponent from actually just moving or having any presence on the stage. Getting rid of that ballpoint is just going to be game over. And you said the two-headed monster; those two, the CDS especially, is able to just move around, distract their opponents, also get picks in the process. So. Definitely just going to be super aggressive and super strong in this match.
And you saw the rest of the comp that San Diego was bringing out, basically Tri-Slosher and Inzap, so double armor. So you know they're just kind of locking into, let's just make sure these guys can't die and let them do their thing, and they'll win us this tournament. For Night Surfing, though, I feel like Alex, as a fellow Splatling player, I've been keeping an eye on Alex, a fun player to play against for sure. But they do a lot more than this ballpoint, and I feel like ballpoint isn't the most comfortable thing they wanted to roll with. So I feel like if they go back to something like Remix, which I would expect them to pull out here, that might allow them to be a little bit more comfortable if the rest of Night Surfing can find ways to get more kills. They'll make it so that Alex has more room to work with instead of having to constantly get into these awkward 1v1s we saw him getting into, and get more established to do the things that you need your anchor player to do to win the game. So if you're Night Surfing, that really is going to come down to protecting Alex. And once again, to start off with that, you just got to make sure you knock out all those armors that San Diego keeps throwing at you.
I was just going to say, setting up that backline is probably the thing you want to do most, especially on this map. If your opponents can get into your spinner, at least on top of your spinner, it can be devastating because you have no ability to actually have a good position with the Splatling, and it's just going to shut down the Splatling to actually, so that they can actually do anything. But yeah, we're going to be seeing a similar comp. We're going to be seeing the same comp from the side of, we're going to be seeing the same comp from both sides, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we're just going to be, hopefully they're going to play it out a different way than they wanted to last game. We already seen both teams going to mid, getting clams, getting their specials, the armor coming out from the side of Night Surfing here, but one's going to go down, two's going to go, three's going to go down to UCSD. They're already going to have that man advantage so early on into the game, pushing all the way into their spawn, getting a clam so early as a 30 seconds into this match, already looking to be devastating this match.
Yeah, but two players going down, make that three. This is going to be a really great defense, and I'd be really impressed if Mofugami can survive this. Instead, wisely retreats back to mid. So only a power clam going in there. That really doesn't do anything but give a mercy clam to the enemy team. But which they're picking up. I feel like they're picking that up really early. They got a lot of clams here and a couple of man advantage. So two players down. It looks like they are going to strike. Right now, Alex gets that one claim up and is in a good position to be very hectic up top there on the enemy snipe. And two more players going down for San Diego. Ying gets taken down by Monster John, but it's not before Night Surfing can get the lead. And still trying to add a few more points to it. But still, once again, a good defense. 59 points remaining. That's a good push for, that's a good opening push. And it's not over yet. There's still players slinking in. I think that's going to do it. There's no more clams. And now San Diego they're not even wasting time. Look how quickly they're moving. They're ready to go.
Worse, I mean, they're already trying to make that retaliation push so quickly, but that's just going to be their downfall. They're going to get shut down 2 down already on the side of UCSD. Looking like Night Server is going to be able to take some really good pressure and just taking those positions again in mid. I was going to say that that Junior feeding in to get those last couple of clams is not the best push, especially it's going to let UCSD get some more stage pressure and not have letting Night Surfing have that armor. But I stand corrected. They're being able to get that, get some pushes, get some picks, setting up paint back into mid, getting another pick on oh goodness.
Yeah, Monster John and Mofugami both down now. If you're Night Surfing, you can't be content with this lead you have right here. You'd like to see them start pushing now. I mean, they had the 2-player advantage. They had enough clams to make a power. Now they're starting to get some things going here. Noodles, but yeah, it seems like they're hesitant to push up here. They get another pick. Armor's coming out here. They have all the tools they need. Noodles kind of going in by themselves and getting rewarded from it, from getting a lot of picks. And there you go. Patience paying off. And Night Surfing, gosh, you got to believe this has got to be a KO. They are just dancing in the enemy base right here. They got the final clam they need. And Night Surfing bounces back. And really, it looked like it was going to be pretty ugly at the beginning of that set there. A quad in like the first 10 seconds. But Night Surfing with a good bounce back. And really, it just came down to they were killing the right people at the right time. And honestly, being more patient than I really gave them credit for.
Yeah, I was expecting them to just hold into their spawn. I mean, even if they were to hold into their spawn, I don't think it would have ended up as different. Maybe not ending up into a KO, but at least a really solid lead there. But playing that patient game there, getting the nice picks, getting a 3 down on the side of UCSD was such an important play there, and it ended up in their KO. Such a solid play and push from the side of Night Surfing, and it's going to be setting up for a 1-1 already. Not going to be a one-sided match, a one-sided set so far.
And now we're heading over to the Reef Rainmaker. I can't remember if this was the set we saw Night Surfing play or not, but we'd seen this already on stream. No, it was the Fukkatsu Angels and Karma, I believe, that we saw play this set. So here, once again, the question is going to be, what is Alex going to bring out? But they've been sticking with that ballpoint, and it works out when they keep them safe, and when they're not, it doesn't. But with a mode like a Rainmaker, usually against a more hyperactive team, like what San Diego has been busting out so far, we'll see what they do to kind of slow that down, and what a mode that you would think San Diego would be favored in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping to see maybe a Ray come out, but you never know. Having a backline on this map, it may not be the best, especially for Night Surfing here. This map definitely favors UCSD in this position, and especially in their comps, their more aggressive comps can work out really well. But having that swatling on their plat, being able to pressure and stop, and having that range, being able to pressure out their opponents and stopping them from actually making pushes, it might be really solid for Night Surfing to keep this backline and keep the pressure that they have with that backlane and shutting down their more aggressive front lines and in their comps. So we'll be hopefully seeing some back and forths here. Not so much in the favor of UCSD, but it should be in the favor of UCSD. But you never know.
Game 3 starting up once again. This is a best of 5. Winner goes on to grand finals. Losers get sent to the grand finals of losers bracket. And we see a tent coming out from Night Surfing. Once again, that Stingray that you mentioned with Alex with the hero splatling. Monster John and Mofugami switching up. That is the CDS player says, no, I want to take over the splash this game. Mom says it's my turn. And Monster John going with the K Pro. But whatever adjustments they've made is not working. 3 players immediately going down. This could be a push that is very scary if you're San Diego. Noodles going around trying to take care of this last player. Gets a trade on Mofugami, and right now, once again, more patience coming out, but 1 player left alive, DRF, and I think they are aware the Tri-Slosher's right there, backing off wisely, giving it a little bit of space, and DRF very wisely not rushing up into that one and dying, instead just knowing as long as I'm here, I'm buying time for my teammates to come back in. But now one more player left and it's Monster John. It's going to be the Rainmaker versus the K-Pro, and they get about halfway up that uninkable ramp. That is a huge score on this map, and what a great first minute for Night Surfing.
I was just about to say this is looking a lot like the opening game of last game in Sturgeon, but in Night Surfing's favor. But I'm sadly mistaken. They were able to actually push it down to 32. A solid push, especially for this map. And the Rainmaker resetting back in the mid here. 2 down again. 2 down on the side of Night Surfing. This is actually maybe going to be a nice revenge push from the side of UCSD. The Booyah coming out, the Bomb Rush coming out as well. But it's just looking like neutral right now. They're not picking up the Rainmaker. They're not trying to set up anything. Just 2 specials on the side of Night Surfing. The Ray comes out trying to stop this Rainmaker. It does stop the Rainmaker, and 1 down on both sides. The Hammer coming out, getting a nice pick onto the Zap. It's just looking super good for Night Surfing at the moment right here.
Yeah, you talked about it would be nice to see a Stingray, and this is where the Stinger really comes into play. Just the comp versus comp, you can tell that Night Surfing is built for a more defensive play style, and how that works is you get an early lead and you just kind of ray your opponent to death. So this is where having that Stingray is going to be beneficial, but they really need that Stingray right now as a lot of players are going down. Alex said, I'm not going to waste time getting the Stingray, I'm just going to get the kill straight up, and does just enough to hold on. 37 remaining, so a nice play there by Alex. Top fragging for their team and has the Stingray at the ready. This is really going to come down. This is Alex's game from here on out if Night Surfing wants to hold on and get the dub here.
I mean, as long as Alex stays alive and has that Ray on deck, they should be in a really solid position to actually get stuff just like set up for them. But the tent is going to go down. Mokugami is going to be able to get that pick on the tent, being able to trade there. But it looks like Night Surfing is going to opt to go to the left side, probably for a more defensive push, and probably just going to stall this some points here so that UCS doesn't have the ability to actually set up for another push here. But 2 down on the side of Night Surfing. They're just going to push it as far as they can to their spawn, get it away from mid, get it away from their from mid and into their spawn. So looking like Alex is just going to be able to set up back into mid, get hopefully another ray. The armor coming out from UCSD is just going to set him back up into mid, probably play another neutral game here.
Yeah, they didn't add to the lead there, but it doesn't matter. Again, the point is just bleed the clock out, make sure the Rainmaker's in a spot to where if San Diego grabs it, they're not going to be close to getting an established push going here. But 3 players going down. Man, this is Night Surfing this is going to be a very uncomfortable last minute for them. Even though Yumura does get a nice pick there with the tent. By the way, Yumura popping out this tent that we haven't seen so far, doing extremely well with it. 8 KA already, 2 hammers popped, and they're not just wasting hammers either. They're getting some value out of them. And you see they are just 100% committed to just turtling up here and just trying to hold on for this next minute. And you see Alex with that Stingray ready. I don't expect them to use that until San Diego comes close to grabbing that rainbow.
I mean, that 10 is doing a really solid job of just distracting their opponent and stopping them from actually playing objective here. And we saw the 10 actually using last set there on Humpback Clams, and they put a lot of work into that game. And there's no surprise here that they're putting a lot of work into this game as well. It's just looking like they're just trying to stall out UCSD right here, stopping them, making them waste their specials. 2 down on the side of UCSD already. I don't even know what happened. 3 down already. It looking like the K-Pro is Monster John. It's going to be the last one alive. Trying to pick up that Rainmaker, trying to have something happen, but to no avail. They are just going to get shut down. It looks like it's going to be Night Surfing's game here. 2-1 for Night Surfing.
Yeah, thank you, Inky. I'll read that in a second. So yeah, that was kind of a textbook example of how you win a Rainmaker game off of just one push. They threw the landing punch they needed in the first minute, and then just turtled up for the last 4. And everything they did was designed around just making it more difficult for San Diego to steal the lead back from them rather than just adding to their lead. You saw them keep taking it to the left. That was just the safer route to keep the Rainmaker farther away. You saw them just keep farming those Stingrays. And honestly, the play of the game there was Alex shutting down that one established push that San Diego was pulling out there. Instead of just, a lot of times you see a charger or anchor or whatever, just like, oh, I need to go back to spawn and build up a Stingray. No, Alex realized, I don't have time for that. I need to go get this kill right now. And they did. And ultimately, that was the play that kind of got them the win and got them the lead here 2-1 in this set. And, for San Diego, Mofugami and Monster John they've been productive, but so far Night Surfing has been able to kind of make sure those two players in particular don't beat them. It's going to need to be a full team effort from San Diego to get back into this one.
Yeah, they were just, Night Surfing was just able to shut down their productivity of the two Monster John and Mofugami in that game. And it played out really well. They were able to get that starting push, and they were able to keep that push in their favor for the majority of the game. But now we're going to be moving on to Tower Control Schellendorf. This, I feel like, could play really well instead of Night Surfing, because then they have a backline, and that could be really solid.
Yes.
In holding good positions and just shutting down pushes from the side of San Diego here. So
yeah, it just depends on what kind of flanks San Diego busts out here. Our producer Ink Fair has done some research. Mofugami apparently means god of fluff. So I didn't know we needed a god of fluff, but here we are. They're pretty good at CDS, I can tell you that. And looks like they're sticking with the same comp they just had. Monster John on the K Pro, the god of fluff themselves on the Neo Splash, and Night Surfing going back to their traditional K-Shot, Soda Slosher, and doubling down with that ballpoint here. And like you said, it's going to come down to, can Alex stay comfortable up on that glass? And it's going to be up to San Diego to make sure that answer is no.
Yeah, all that needs to happen is that ballpoint needs to stay up there and get the pick on the tower, stopping the pushes. But we already see two going down the side of UCSD already. I thought they were gonna get. I thought Night Surfing was gonna get shut down, especially with that Zapka pick. They already are two down. They're just being able to start a good push. The Bomber's coming out, getting a nice pick, but getting shut down pretty quickly by that K Pro there from Monster John. It's just be a bloodbath in mid so far. We're seeing UCSD trying to make a push here. No ballpoint presence on the top as seen here. The ballpoint's going to be setting up again on top, trying to stop the push from the tower. The tower's going to get past the first checkpoint, and they're just going to leave it at that. So far, two down on the side of UCSD.
Yeah, that first checkpoint is going to fall at some point anyways. It's not the most difficult one in the world to get past, but just getting it out of the way early is a good thing when you're the team that's down in this set like San Diego is. But a nice, this is not what you want to see if you're San Diego. Yumura up on your glass, basically taking control of it. That means there's not going to be a whole heck a lot of squids in the way from them clearing this first checkpoint, and honestly has a really good attempt, or a really good opportunity to get past the second one. If DRF can make a play and make something about it, takes down one player, but still Yumura, the last player left alive on the glass, but gets taken down themselves. So a good defense by San Diego. They lose the lead, but the question now is, who's going to be the first team to clear this very difficult second checkpoint? It looks like San Diego is going to take a stab at it right now.
Yeah, San Diego, they already had that first checkpoint done after the first push they made, so they don't have to wait through that as did Night Surfing did. But it's still going to look like Night Surfing is going to actually try and just retaliate and stop this push from happening. 2 down, 3 down. I was going to be a 4 down possibly. Yes, 4 down on the side of UCSD. Already shutting down their push really, really early on into its making. And Ying already going into their spawn, getting a nice pick, popping that bomber, getting shut down by Mofugami. Looking like Night Surfing is going to be able to set up a really solid push here, or not, maybe, or not. It could be.
It just seems like both teams are selling all of their souls on every single push that they're doing. Every push ends in a wipe for the team that is getting pushed here, and it's just as we say San Diego is trying to get something going. 2 players immediately go down. The god of fluff the last player left alive, is drowning in purple ink and is now getting some help from the Tri-Slosher DRF to get some 2 picks right there. But here we go once again. Another attempt to try to get a push going, but still the bodies immediately just hit the floor. This has just been a bloodbath of a tower control game so far. And honestly, you can't feel comfortable with the lead either team has because no one has even attempted to get, or no one has even gotten to a checkpoint just yet. But this might come down to a game where a low scoring game because neither team can just stay alive long enough to get anything significant going.
And they're just playing super, super, super aggressive. They're not playing passive here. They're just trying to force this checkpoint down. We see Night Surfing is just trying to set up another push here, and seeing as that has not worked out in the past during this game, it might not work out this time, but we see 2. Nice double from the Slosher. Oh my goodness.
Ying is stepping up. 16 KA, willing their team past this checkpoint. That is huge. And all of a sudden, it seems like Knife Surfing can can taste the grand finals with 2 more players going down. Torbot trying to get a nice pick there. Yumura, being the last player left alive, does get him across the checkpoint, and that is a wipe, but still a 2 checkpoint lead. The dam has finally burst in San Diego, and it looks like Night Surfing might have what it takes to hold on right here. 2 more players going down for San Diego. Yumura, that is a wipe! And with 15 seconds left, it's going to be a miracle if they can even get back to the zone. Mofugami trying to slip around the back door. A desperation play coming right here. Gets taken down by Yumura yet again. 2 more players down. And Night Surfing is going to be in grand finals of Low Ink. How about that?
That was just insane. We saw a back and forth that entire game, but Night Surfing just managed to make something happen in those last few minutes of that game. I mean, they were just able to shut down UCSD entirely. Ying with the 21 KA. Oh my god.
Have yourself a game, young man. Ying stepping up, looking like the god of anti-fluff there. My goodness. And what a nice overall performance by Knife Surfing. A nice bounce back. It looked like San Diego. I mean, you don't want to... Of course, getting KO'd in one game doesn't really mean much, but the way that San Diego was able to control that game one, it looked like they had the potential to run Night Surfing out of the building there. But Night Surfing buckled in, bounced back in the Clan Blitz game, held on to Rainmaker, and just flexed in that final game 4, and they are going to be in grand finals. San Diego, it's not over for them. They are going to be in the losers finals with a chance to try to get back into grands and get revenge on Night Surfing, but still, Night Surfing looking pretty strong right now.
I mean, even if they were able to shut down UCSD still has the chance to come back in losers. They still have to go through one round of losers and then come back into grand finals. But they still have to go through losers bracket if that is the case. And it's looking like Night Surfing might just take this entire tournament, but we just have to see how that ends up in play.
And I believe we are going to take a short break and switch up some commentators, dip into losers bracket. Leo, go ahead and plug yourself because you've been commentating the last 4 sets. Where can people find some more information about you?
All right, so I have my own Twitter account. It's just Leotos, but the last O is a C. It's pretty simple to find. I'm pretty sure Low Ink has been making out some posts. You should be able to find me on there. I also play for a team Climb, but I haven't been able to play recently. So yeah, just find me on Twitter. That's really all I can. That's really anyone. And we do have ads.
Oh, and all right, let's well, while we're doing this transition, can we smoothly transition while I do ads? Where exactly? I know I'm talking out loud, but where exactly do I look? Oh,
in the yeah.
Either way, we appreciate you guys watching us here, but we do have some talking points, some other things. Starting off, Cloudburst is In-Game TV's next open entry tournament. Practice the 19 maps for competition over the next 2 weeks and play in the one-day event on May the 2nd, offering a group stage to see how you fare against a variety of opponents in amateur brackets after group play concludes. Join us at the Discord. I should copy this. Join us at the Discord link here. I'm assuming they don't want me to read each single letter here. It's now in chat for that. And you can register here at the smash.gg event.
Alrighty. Go with this next talking point here. Squid Junction 6. It's a double elimination tournament that offers a counter-picking format. They offer a quality stream, a mix of experienced and amateur TOs. It's their 6th installment this Sunday, today actually, at 7 p.m. EST. So in a couple hours. So we hope to see you there.
And I believe that is the last thing we need to plug. We still got one more. IPL still has staff applications. We're always looking for additions to our production and commentary team, as well as tournament staff. If you're interested in helping out in those areas, please fill out the form. If you're interested in more than one area, you may fill out multiple forms. You fill out the form multiple times. I'm going to put the link to that in chat right now. If you think you're a better commentator than me and Leo, if you think we're morons and you're like, I can do better than that, well, put in an application then, dummy, and come out and prove it. It's not just for Low Ink, by the way. There's so many different tournaments: Reef Rushdown, SOS, Testing Grounds, King of the Castle. So wherever you are across the world, there is probably a tournament that we host that you would be interested in helping out in. Be sure to submit an application for that.
Please do. All right. I think that's all.
Yes, we're going to take a break. We're going to be back with losers semifinals, I believe, and our semis, correct. So stick around real quick. We'll be right back. You are watching Low Ink on IPL. And welcome back to Losers Semifinals here in Alpha Bracket Day 2 of Low Inc. April 2021. A little bit of a commentator change over here. Leo is gone, replaced with Matt, aka Ninja of the UK Mafia. Welcome in, Matt.
Yo, what's going on? Yeah, how's it been? I've been watching some of the games. It's been pretty exciting, so I'm really excited to jump on. So, but yeah, what's going on?
Well, you are in for a treat here because we're going to be seeing GeekSquid's a heavy fan favorite amongst a lot of people here at Low Inc. taking on Citrus, a team that is feeling, I feel like they got a bit of a chip on their shoulder. They're in Div 5. Okay. They were not happy about it. A couple of members on this team used to be on a team called Tonkin, which was pretty consistently in Alpha Bracket, had since disbanded and formed this new team called Citrus. And they are a Div 5 team playing like they are not a Div 5 team, if that makes sense, and looking to... They lost early to Fukkatsu Angels. I believe they got revenge on them in the last set, if I'm not mistaken, that we did not see in the losers final. Yeah, they 2-0'd them to come in here for GeekSquid. So Citrus playing a little angry right now, and that has kind of been the battle cry for GeekSquid. So anger versus anger, something's got to give here.
All right, I'm really excited to see this series. I'm going to be very unfamiliar with a lot of the players in the lobbies, so it's going to be interesting to see what weapon picks they go for. I mean, Inkblock Clan Blitz, it's Inkblock. We know what to expect. It's a close range map, so I'm expecting, a lot of those more brawly comps. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Ankylos, but we'll have to see here. We've seen Ankylos comp come out. The Forge Pro I really like, and Bubbles on both sides, actually. We have the Foil Squeezer on one side and Forge Pro on another.
Yeah, Pulp on the side of Citrus can do a lot of different things, can do Splatlings, 2 Chargers. It looks like they're opting with Bamboo just for a little bit more mobility here on the mode like Clan Blitz. For GeekSquid's, a little bit of a deeper roster. I don't see Co-Spirit in, who's their usual Charger, so looks like they're just sitting them out for this more midline, more aggressive comp that they're busting out here. And right away, we see GeekSquid's getting control of mid, trying to build up some specials, build up some clams, and Pulp kind of push back on their heels a little bit here. If they can dig in and get some picks, they'll be fine, but GeekSquids have everything they need to work with right now.
Yeah, GeekSquid have all the control, and I kind of like this opening from Citrus. You're playing so look at the pick, and there they get it. Now I feel like they're going to start moving into mid now with the armor hopefully coming online too. They actually use the bubble blower first, and they do take out 2, so they're probably going to be conserving this armor, which I do like. But I honestly really like that play from Citrus. They gave out mid to GeekSquid. They said you can have it, but it's not like you're going to walk onto the plat of 4 people and just dominate them all, as long as they're smart enough. So then you could just go in with this advantage right now and get these scores coming through. You get 1 in, but it does look like GeekSquid have a nice defense at least to even out. Nice exit pick from Pulp, so it won't be a crazy push, but I do like the idea of that opening from Citrus.
Yeah, and here we go, GeekSquid's now. This is where holding mid kind of works into their favor because they get the wipe, but they're being a little slow. Looks like they're just spending some time passing some things around before they decide to go up in there. And we're right back where we started. GeekSquid's with control of mid, but they're having a lot of difficulty poking through this shell that Citrus is busting out here. Bubbles are definitely going to help, though. But 2 players go down for GeekSquid, make that 3. They do pop the basket. Furion in no position. Actually, they are in a position to try to get something done, but instead opts to just kind of pop missiles and die with all those clams. But even if they had stayed alive, they could have kept the basket open a little bit longer, but not do any permanent, legit damage. So still anybody's game, and now we're kind of resetting again. Joe flanking around the left side here, trying to look for a pick, and it looks like they might have a way to get one, but Pulp goes down with the bamboo as well. So a little bit of a stall out, and for the first time, a bit of a neutral fight here going on in mid.
Yeah, the mid's looking very neutral. I'm unsure if they actually realize that Joe's positioned here right now. Oh, and yet they find him. Amir pitches up and takes out Joe. Very well done. It's now a 4 vs 2 situation. They have that Booyah Bomb, so this should be a nice push coming on right now. Yep, here we go. Booyah Bomb, missiles, they're all coming through, and it's going to be a push. But the squeezer on mid right now is making a lot of space, and they do actually take out 1. And now the second goes down. Even though they didn't find the immediate value, eventually they were able to clean it up, and they slowed down the push enough to get another one online. And now they still control mid. The armor's coming online, the ball's coming online. going, but oh my god, I didn't even realize Furion's in the back right now getting an exit pick on the mini, and they drag everyone back. Even though they've got a trade, that was a massive advantage for them, because now you're allowing your own team to just take mid for free, although Baller and Missiles are coming online for Citrus to try and contest this mid, so we'll have to see how this plays out now.
Yeah, we're not seeing either team truly step up and taking the advantage over the other. They both scored once, but have gotten basically nothing of value out of either push. We've seen one team get control mid and then struggle to just kind of find their way to crack that shell. We've seen just basically a few attempts to try to crack the other opposing team's defensive, and nothing's really, no dams have truly burst as of yet. And now one player goes down for GeekSquid. Citrus, you got a lot of clams here. You got some specials. You got to do something here. But just as soon as they finally have an advantage, someone for GeekSquid makes a play. And it just seems like neither team wants to win this game right here. We're approaching 4 minutes, and just nothing has really seemed to give on either side.
I feel like right now I'm watching two teams that want to lose and not a team that wants to win, because they're both playing so scared. They don't want to lose control of their plat, which is so scary, and I understand that mindset. Right now, though, it does look like GeekSquid is finally starting a push, but no, you have to just play so passive and able to defend.
Oh yeah, Furion went around the top there, and it looked like they were setting up for a jump, but got taken down. So wisely, GeekSquid's forced to back off, but so many players down, and Baller coming out here. Citrus, it's now or never with all the bubbles coming in, and they do have control of the GeekSquid plat, but they don't have a lot of kills to go with it. Just throwing every clam they got, and now they get wiped. That is a huge... For the context of this game, that is a huge push, but it's going to be extremely difficult to hold off this GeekSquid team now. The window is open.
No, they could lose this easily. If you get wiped in a moment like that, now you have another clam coming in. They have 13 clams left, only 71 points, but the power clam goes down. The Booyah Bomb comes through, so I feel like a Maker's definitely comes. Oh, nice double, and the lead is taken by GeekSquid. Very well done by them. There's only 10 seconds left for Citrus to try and clench this game back from what looks like a defeat here, but it's definitely possible. Is Furion still on that upper bats right now? Okay, no, it looks like Furion's finally been removed, and they have the 20 seconds of overtime to try and play with. It's winnable, but they've got to play fast, and they've got to get this done perfectly.
The key is GeekSquids did not get wiped on that push like Citrus did, but here come the bubbles. And they do have control of the GeekSquid plat. 2 players going down, and they do get the lead. Finally, the dam cracks, and Citrus finds themselves with the specials and the clams at the perfect time to reclaim the lead. And all the fireworks came out in that set in the last 30 seconds, and all of a sudden, Citrus is up 1-0 with one more win, putting them into losers finals.
Wow, what a match. I think like that started off so slow, and it kind of opens up for endings like that to happen, because what happens is one team eventually realizes, okay, we just have to push, and they go, no holding back, no, playing slow. They just go for these massive push. And that's what I believe Citrus did to kind of open it up. But then it resulted on them getting wiped. And it allowed GeekSquid to do the same thing now that they've got wiped. And then they go for their crazy push. And I thought that was it. I thought they'd won the game. But before you know it, that's the thing about Bubbles on a map like this especially. Bubbles control that entire plat area. 2 power clams, and they've won the game like that because the scores are so low. And yeah, there you have it. That was Citrus taking map 1. And they only need a single other map to take it here. But now we're going to Rainmaker Black Belly, which I'd say is a vastly different style to Clam's Inkblot in gameplay.
Well, I think you hit it on the head in the middle of that game. Neither team is truly playing to win. They're playing to just not lose. And you get to this point in the tournament, and these 2 teams are very experienced in lowing. GeekSquids have made 5 alpha brackets. Citrus/Tonkin. I know some players were formerly of Cosmic Inc. So winning this tournament means so much to these guys that I feel like it might be getting into their heads. It's like, oh, I should make this play, but if it fails, it could really work against us. And now we got this mode like Rainmaker, where if you make the one mistake, the game is over. You don't get a mulligan off of it. So I think if we keep seeing this kind of passive play style, we're going to see a very boring Rainmaker game here, but a very tense one.
No, I love this GeekSquid's comp. They go very aggro, they take out the pro early, and they get that pop, because they just have 4 weapons with bombs, a ton of optic credit, a sploosh, and they can go very aggressive, which I love you know, I love this sort of style on Rainmaker. They do unfortunately end up losing 2 because Citrus had that same slow opening as before, which is probably exactly how they should have executed there. You don't want to contest the pop against, you know, all 4 of those short-range shooter weapons. So now they have the advantage. Even though it's a bit slower, they overall do have the advantage to take this push. But as long as GeekSquids are fast, they can definitely defend this here with this Inkjet and Hammer coming online.
Yeah, the GeekSquid's opening was all about trying to get some early picks, but 3 players immediately go down for Citrus. Joe should be able to take care of that Inkjet landing, is the last player left alive, and is hiding in that bubbles. Is anyone going to try to jump to Joe? And it looks like the answer is yes, and now they got Booyah up ready to go here. The Hammer getting the takedown, and there's so much malarkey going on, it's hard to even tell. I think the push is over? Question mark, yeah. It just reset. But wow, Citrus, that was kind of that wasn't a laid back defensive kind of play. They're trying to make some things happen here. I like seeing that, but so far it's still anyone's game. Not 75 remaining is not a score to feel comfortable with here at all.
Oh, for sure, especially on Black Valley Skate Park. Any score coming on this map, but nice punish from Joe as the inside player goes a little bit too aggressive, and Joe's able to find that clean punish, but oh, Amid trading it back and now making it a nice 3v1 situation now. GeekSquid have gone down, but at least that Hammer player stayed alive. Hammer is crucial for defending on Rainmaker. You have such a close range comp. So I'm happy that Freon's able to stay up, and they're going to be looking for this pick onto the Rainmaker now. Looks like Bummer's going very, very aggressive onto mid, but does get taken out. But we see at least a trade coming through, and Furion running up to mid now, trying to get something done with this boost, but with an amazing punish, not allowing the Hammer to come through, getting a second onto Amir, potentially getting this third now, but it's a bit of a scrappy fight. Regardless, the Rainmaker can run it, and yep, the third comes through, and the Rainmaker goes down to 40.
That was quite a play there by Pulp. Taking basically not just that they were winning fights, but they were keeping so much attention away from Rainmaker and focused on mid. It seemed like the GeekSquids were just more interested in trying to make sure there wasn't a Stingray there rather than trying to take down the Rainmaker itself. But still, they do grab it. And again, 40 points remaining on this map isn't that big of a deal. Especially with still half of the game left to go here. Strindfort trying to take down somebody with this Inkjet. Does get an assist on it. Furion pushed way up with that Hammer, popping it a little early, trying to just get a pick on this Stingray. But 2 players going down for GeekSquid. And Furion, no way you can survive all those bubbles. Yeah. So push shut down by GeekSquids. But honestly, that's the only push they've been able to get off so far in the first 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's the only push they've been able to get off, but I think with this aggressive sort of comp, I wouldn't be surprised if we see pushes get elongated for a long time. For example, right now, it's actually turned into a 4v3. I feel like they're going to be going back to mid and resetting, but the advantage is back in GeekSquid's favor already because of how fast they can move back into mid and how fast their comp goes. Furion is doing very aggressively, gets caught out by 4 there, and now it's a 3v4. However, 3 specials on the sides of GeekSquid might be able to neutralize the mid on mid.
Yeah, they do have the man advantage right now. There is going to be a Stingray ready from Pulp on Citrus to shut this push down if it were to get started. And 2 players going down, and they opt to grab the Rainmaker as well. It seems like GeekSquid's just having a little bit of difficulty getting coordinated right here. This shouldn't be a time that they should be grabbing Rainmaker, and you see Joe now coming around the back door, complimenting that Stingray, and they are going to take down the Rainmaker. And with 1 minute left to go here, it seems like the map is mostly orange. And again, the GeekSquids just can't get any kind of offense going here. It only takes a bad 10 seconds for this score to flip, but for the first 4 minutes or so, Citrus has just been the better team.
Yeah, Citrus has been the better team. I think they've been playing it properly. They realized the GeekSquids want to play fast, they want to play in your face, so they've been giving them mid a lot, they've been giving them space, playing to their advantage of, you know, crazy long-range weapons, and it's been paying off so well so far. GeekSquids now only have 3 minutes left alive, including the Rainmaker, so they've got to kind of play pretty slow here, wait for their teammate, because considering you only have 30 seconds left the game, 40 seconds left on the Rainmaker clock, it's not looking too good for you. And look at the specials coming online for Citrus. They've got Ray, they've got armor. This is going to be crazy if GeekSquid can make this back because it's looking hard right now.
Yeah, somebody just has to make a hero pay at this point. You see Amir trying to do just that, getting the flank, takes down Ali, trying to pop a Booyah Bomb here. This is going to be critical if they can find a way to get a few more picks. They do lose the Rainmaker, but there's still enough time, but those bubbles coming out right at the perfect time. They do pop it, but Booyah Bomb and Stingray come in, close it out, and Citrus wins basically a very low-scoring Rainmaker game on Black Belly, but it doesn't matter. They turtle up and swat every single punch the GeekSquids throw at them, and that will give them a ticket to Losers Finals. GeekSquids, unfortunately, their tournament run ends here.
It was a low-scoring game, but I think they played it exactly how they needed it to. They identified, right, we have a pro, we have a squeezer, we have a heavy. Our range beats them so much. So they played it slow. They allowed the enemy team to capture mid, and then they just waited for their specials. They waited to have the range advantage. They waited to get these punishes off, and it worked time and time again. And that's why we saw Citrus take it. They played that really well. Massive standout player for me that game, that entire series was Hey on the squeezer. I'm not sure if I'm saying Hey or Hey, but regardless, that squeezer player I think had some really great bubble plays, especially kind of getting a bit behind them, forcing the attention to be drawn back and getting picks. I think it was really well done by them.
Yes, nice coordination from the team. Honestly, they played very poised across those whole 2 games. They let GeekSquids come in and throw the punches at them, and they just responded very well to all the punches that were thrown their way over the course of that set, and that is why they are now going to be in losers finals, taking on University of California, San Diego Esports, the best college team we have, I assume, in the world. I don't know if Japan has any college team, but in my opinion, these are the world champion of college Splatoon sports that we got going on here. We saw them lose to Night Surfing earlier in winners finals. This is no longer a best of 3 that we've seen in losers sets up to this point. It is now best of 5. Good news for San Diego. They haven't had that much of a wait time. Usually when there's a little bit of a stream layover, you got like some time where you got to wait and sit and think about that loss that you just had. But that set, just 2 games, basically just 15 minutes since they just played. So they should be just as fresh as they were in the last set, coming in here against the team that has been dominating, rolling through losers bracket. Let me get this straight. Have they won 5 or 6 straight in losers bracket? Wow. Citrus, I'm talking about here. Deep Fried Octolings, Resilient, Spirit Incorporated, Fukkatsu, Angles, GeekSquids. Correction, they are currently 10-0 per games in losers bracket. You talk about a team that is playing like they have something to prove. They've proven it so far.
Yeah, most certainly. I feel like this definitely feels like the scenario to me. I feel like a lot of people can relate to this feeling. You have a difficult first game in winners bracket. You're maybe not all there mentally. You're not as focused as you could be, and you go down to a choke. And then they're just tearing through losers right now. And you could understand why when you watch that gameplay. This looks like a really solid team. Honestly, I'm surprised as a Lowing team. And I think Lowing definitely is not some sort of really low skill. But I mean, these guys look good. Like, these guys look seriously good. So I'm really excited to see this series because I was actually watching the set earlier, the winners finals where we saw University of California, San Diego Esports play. And although they lost 3-1, really close Rainmaker game that they lost, and a really dominant Clan Blitz win. So if they can kind of channel that energy on those close games and keep that confidence, know that they did well, I could definitely see them being the ones to kind of end that 10-game winning streak of Citrus. At the same time, though, I mean, Citrus have just looked unstoppable so far.
This the San Diego team, a little bit of a different beast. We've seen them play extremely well over the course of this entire weekend. Obviously, it's going to be the same kind of style that Citrus just saw against the GeekSquids. There's going to be no anchor player coming out for San Diego. Once again, it's just Monster John and Mofugami, the god of fluff, I believe. And then just some double armor to kind of complement those two. But again, it's so same kind of style. These both teams just saw the same style in a different opponent, Citrus and San Diego. And now we got game 1 of Gobi Arena Splat Zones. And no surprises from San Diego, and an E-leader coming out from the side of Citrus. And hey, once again, sticking with those bubbles that have been worked out so well in the last set.
Yeah, Pope definitely flexing over these games. 3 different games, 3 different weapons. So that's very surprising to see. Not many players can pull that off, but definitely going to be interesting to see if they can pull off Elite's play. I like both these comps. 2 different styles, but I think they can both work very well. We see similar sort of openings. University San Diego taking mid because they have the aggressive comp, and Citrus just waiting for their specials to come online, and now they're popping them. Bubbles, Armor, and Cloud go through, but they lose the K-Pro early. They now take some fights, and it does turn it into a 3v3, and they have the specials up, but they lose their NZ player Ali on the side now, but it's now a 3v2, and I believe that is going to be actually the advantage finally going to Citrus. Slowly played, they gave over 33 points, but in the end, they got the advantage. So I think that was very, very well done by them, playing slow for those specials.
Mofugami needs to stay alive right there. They're kind of flirting with danger, just hiding behind that. You saw them throwing bombs back there. Now, the rain Mofugami has is coming out, and all the rest of the San Diego players are starting to charge back in. And now you see them pushing up, getting a nice kill on Pulp. And Pulp does have RP on, so Pulp's going to spend a little bit extra time in timeout before they can come back into the action. Booyah Bomb coming out here just to kind of slow things down a little bit, but San Diego looks to be in control of the map. You saw them kind of dancing around on the enemy plat at the top there. That's something you definitely don't want to see if you're Citrus, but the clock score is definitely ticking away. Killing the Inzap is huge, and wow, the Respawn Punisher was the one to do it as well. But once again, Monster John coming around the back door. It seems like Pulp is having a really difficult time staying comfortable, and if you're running Respawn Punisher, that is the last thing you need to be worrying about.
Yeah, I think that right now University of San Diego are doing a great job of putting pressure onto Pulp and, not allowing them to have that comfort. Just as soon as the Ease gets comfortable, it gets scary. And I mean, talk about Pulp though, despite the discomfort, 5KA 2 minutes on E-Liter. That is impressive, especially when you've got that Respawn Punisher, a lot of work being put in, and that's where Citrus splitting the lead. Oh, a very nice pick. I'm unsure if that was Pulp or the K-Pro player right there, but regardless, a great pick.
Yeah, and they do got the lead, and they're starting to tick away here, doing permanent damage. And the Tri-Slosher goes down for San Diego, and it's Citrus that is in complete control at the moment. You see them building up a little bit more specials. It's somehow Monster John. Oh, there's a DC. Oh gosh, I keep forgetting the rules right here, but I don't know if because Citrus has 18 points remaining that this is going to keep counting. I think this might count, actually.
The score is so low, so I feel like it's going to count. We'll have to see what the team's doing. It looks like... Okay,
they're fine.
Both teams are still playing. Yeah, both teams are still playing. So this is going to be a legitimate game, so we'll have to see if they can turn this back. They have the Russian armor, but they get wiped. It's not looking good. Just 3 people left, and there's only 30 points remaining. That's a very, very unfortunate situation to be in.
They haven't made enough sacrifices to appease the god of fluff, so they are going to dip out for this game. And honestly, it looked like, even with the DC, it looked like Citrus was going to find a way to clutch this one out anyways. You saw them starting to get control there. The clock was really starting to tick down into their favor. And so, yeah, this game is going to count. But in my opinion, it seemed like this was the result we were eventually going to get to anyways on that set. Citrus looked to be a little too comfortable there near the end.
No, I would definitely agree that Citrus were in a very, very good position to win that game regardless. But it's always a shame because you never know. We've seen some crazy comebacks happen in Splatoon history, and, it would have been very cool to see, but it's unfortunate it happens. Luckily, honestly, thank God it is not a best of 3 because that would sting so much more. But the fact that it's a best of 5 definitely allows a bit of leeway and a bit of room for University of San Diego to bring this back and hopefully stop that winning streak that Citrus run right now. That's the 11th game in a row that they've taken now.
That's a good point. They are now 11-0 in losers bracket, just steamrolling through all the teams, including the team that sent them to losers bracket earlier, the Fukkatsu Angels. They swept them in the rematch, but I guess the question now is, they haven't even rejoined the lobby, so it might be a bit of a delay before we get to game 2. I'll poke into the chat and see if there is resetting their internet. That is a good idea. I would not want to DC again. Keep in mind, though, since that game counted, if this were to happen again for San Diego within the certain parameters, they can use their they still have a replay they can use, so there's a little bit of comfort there. But yes, unfortunately, if you're familiar with Low Ink, it's not a tournament unless somebody DCs.
I mean, wasn't there some absolutely crazy shenanigans going on last time due to was it internet that was going crazy in the last grand final?
That was somebody's parents going crazy.
Oh god,
that was bedtime. Okay, so some context, because I do have a little bit more information about that. It was last month was the time change for North America. We did and it wasn't for Europe, or at least some parts of Europe. So that kind of screwed up things a little bit already. There were a lot of people in Europe that were signing up a little, or were like had to wake up really early because they didn't realize the term was starting. They thought that they had an extra hour or something. So that kind of played a little bit into it from the team that did DC or just pulled their Ethernet plug at the same time and just kind of bounced from the tournament. But regardless, Mofugami has joined back up here. Everybody is here for now. And we are going to move on to Game 2, Rainmaker at Sturgeon Shipyard.
Honestly, you'd be surprised at how many tournaments I can think of that back in the day, grand finals, someone had to go to bed. There was like an infamous 2 teams that would always play each other, and one of the players just had a mum that would not let them play the grand finals anytime. But either way, we're going to this series now. It's the present day. And I'm interested to see how it plays out on Rainmaker, because we saw University of San Diego go with that really aggressive comp. And I love those style of comps on Rainmaker. I think they can be a little bit harder to pull off. It's especially hard to pull off against the style that Citrus are taking. But I think if you can execute it, and if you can deal with the kind of passive players, and if you're able to kind of break through the strong defense that Citrus have, then you can really get the Rainmaker rolling very fast. And that's why I definitely prefer to see those sort of comps come out. So I definitely love to see it again from the side of... I'd love to see them keep up the aggression on the side of University of San Diego, but it's going to be hard to be able to deal with the passive players that we've seen on Citrus.
Yeah, they did a good job of dealing with it last time against the GeekSquids, but it seems like San Diego is they have a little bit more firepower behind the comps that they've been pulling out so far, and it seemed to be a little bit more comfortable in these more pressured situations, even though this is only their second time in the past. Well, actually, there's 2 months in a row that they've made Alpha Bracket, but they're a little bit of the older team. Again, a bunch of college kids coming in here. I believe some of them are working on their doctorates actually. So these are some experienced human beings playing a video game here. But again, it's really on this map, it comes down to what route you opt to take. Your whole team really has to commit to going to one side or the other, and you have to be on the same page. And it looks like we do see a little bit of a comp change coming out from San Diego. Monster John coming out with the K-Gal instead of the K-Shot and K-Pro they've been using so far. Pulp opting to go with the Stingray Charger. I believe that is the 4th different weapon we've seen him use in as many games.
4 games on stream and 4 different weapons, but the Tri-Slasher goes down early, which gives Citrus an advantage, but it's traded by the Squeezer, so that makes it a bit more even here, as we're going to see Pulp just take up the sniping perch on mid and try and get some shots going. The Charger pick on Rainmaker can be absolutely crazy, but can also be very, very scary in this clutch situation if you miss those shots. But we see classic Citrus right now. They're playing slow on mid, they're waiting for specials, they're waiting for the advantage, and Monster John is going to try and break that right now, as we see on the grades, but no! CDS goes down on mid, but it's traded out by Pulp once again. It's still a 3v3. This game's been such a standstill. It's a minute through, and it looks like finally Citrus might break into mid, but it could still go either way. Really, Joe is going to be playing this Tri-Slasher. The Brio Bomb comes out and makes some space for University of San Diego, but Joe has his own. Going to be fighting open side with Monster John. Monster John does get that pick, and now it's a 4v3 situation favoring University of San Diego, but Citrus are just running the Rainmaker. Most likely going to get stopped, but finally, after a minute, some points on the board.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about, being on the same page. Pulp was taking the Rainmaker to the left, but it seemed like everyone else on Citrus was either just dead or off to the right there. So you have to be all in, committed to whichever route that you opt to go. And here's San Diego. Once again, they're trying to take it to that side. They should get lead here, but it really won't mean much unless they go get a little bit more. Now they're dropping down and going for the cheeky play to get a ton of points off of that sponge. So, again, neither team looks like they have a legit game plan going here. And they need to figure something out, because the team that gets the most coordinated is going to be the team that wins right here. Neither score is something that can win on this map just alone. But yeah, right now we've just seen a bunch of just haven't really seen a lot of coordination from either side just yet.
A lot of aggression from Joe there getting 2 picks, but is traded out. At least gives Citrus mid, because I think Citrus are much, much stronger once they have that mid control. Hey popping those bubbles, trying to get a bit of space, and it looks like they've identified Monster John on that side angle, but Ali goes down in mid, leaving it into 3v4. Once you have the Rainmaker on your side as well, that leaves you quite disadvantaged in the gunpowder, but actually, that's when you get to play going down, but it's traded out once again by Monster John, and it looks like Monster John and the rest of University of San Diego will reclaim mid and have that advantage. They should be able to get a strong, strong lead with all of these down, most likely going to be running up top left, but the Rainmaker's all alone. Ali does get picked off at least, and it looks like the Rainmaker's going to be going down to 50 and stopping. we'll have to see if this push continues, but it's a little bit all over the place right now.
I'm sorry. I just okay. This flank works out really well. Excuse me. I was just about to yell at them. It was like, what are you doing? But Monster John here making a hero play, killing 2 players from behind. But look who makes the backdoor cut. It's Ali, and they don't land it right there. And look, all of a sudden the bridge is closed. The floodgates are open, and San Diego has a huge lead. And getting across that, getting the 28 remaining is huge. Now, Citrus can't cheese it by jumping off and doing like a leap of faith, a suicide jump to get to like 37 or something like that. They have to go completely across that bridge, and it's only situational when that bridge is closed or not, which really limits where they can go. So 28, a score of 28 on this map is so huge. It's so huge.
It is really, really big. It definitely can be broken, and it could be here, actually, with 3 down. OCDS front line, that's going to be the God of Fluff taking out Ali, and it looks like it's going to now be only 3 people pushing from Citrus. Your Stingray is on holding Raven, so you can't have that either. But the Enza player gets taken down. It's going to be another 3-down situation for University of San Diego, but it looks like the CDS was able to take out the Rainmaker, slowing down the push, and Citrus only have 2 people left alive. They're getting jumps in. That's true, but it's going to be hard right now because you're giving a lot more space to University of San Diego. Honestly, though, this push could continue, especially with the bubbles coming online, and they're being pushed forward. Very nice pick to continue the push.
And a great shutdown. Once again, it seems like Mofugami or Monster John are the last 2 players left alive, and they just keep taking turns making these hero plays right there. You saw an awkward kind of stance there where someone just stood right in front, and once again... Tonabot, look, are they going to try to dump it off? No, they're taking it to the great area. 30 seconds remain. The Squeezer player, being the last player left alive, Hey, in a 1v1, gets slain by the God of Fluff themselves, and that might stall this push just long enough. Are they opting? It's hard to see. Are they going to pop the Rainmaker, or are they just going to try to leave it there? It's in a kind of a difficult spot. They're not. I can't. No, they're not. They're just going to leave it there. And that's actually a really great heads-up play, I think, because it's difficult for Citrus to get over there, especially when only 1 player's left alive. San Diego holds on behind an 18 KA by Monster John. What a hero performance right there.
No, yeah, I could definitely kind of hear Monster John's in ahead when he was getting on that flag and taking everyone out in spawn. Like, please, 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 take the Rainmaker. I'm killing everyone, please, please. But eventually, they do get out to 28, which was enough to win the game. Heads up 19, in fact. They get another one in the last few seconds. And yeah, a monster game coming up. Pun literally not intended from Monster John. And that's a really great statement, you know? They have a first game that looks like it could be winnable, but, you know, it's a difficult one. They have the DC, they end up losing, but they come back and they look strong in that Rainmaker game. So very, very nice to see. 11-game winning streak ends right there, not going through to 12, and it's going to be a 1-1 series in this losers finals right now.
For the first time in about 2.5 hours, Citrus tastes a loss. And now the question is going to be, how do they bounce back? Again, this is a best of 5, not a best of 3. This isn't a must-win situation, but these game 3s in a 1-1 tie are so critical because you don't want to have to go down to forced into a situation where you have to win 2 straight. And you look at the maps that are coming up, Clan Blitz at Wahoo World, you got to get the sense that that might be a good map for Pulp to work on in game 4. Splat Zones at Muscle Forge Fitness. One that San Diego absolutely dominated night surfing on, literally that map and mode earlier in winners final. So if you're Citrus, you got to be thinking these next 2 games we really need to lock down and win because we don't want to go to that game 5 and deal with them there.
Yeah.
As we see Monster John saying, you know what, 19 KA, let's see if we can get a little bit more out of this thing. Not going with the K shot, not going with the K Pro. And Tetris coming out, just dropping the squeezer instead going with a Tetris. Is it really a low ink unless we have a Tetris show up at some point?
Yeah, the Tetris do come out here, which I can understand on this map mode, but I'm surprised because the Squeezer was doing so well. But okay, never mind. Maybe I'm going to take my words back. Brilliant opening pick there from Hey, taking out that Tri-Top shot and leading Citrus into a 4v3 situation. Looks like it's either going to be coming out a little bit after this VR bomb, but no, that's going to be the specials coming out. Most of the University of San Diego, they take out Hey on the Tetris, and they're going to become their advantage now. They pop the specials a little bit earlier, have that advantage, and now they're getting a ton of space. Look at how aggressive Monster John's going, but it ends up being a nice punish from Joe that evens out mid a little bit more.
Yeah, that was a nice pick by Joe that basically stalled that push. If they got control of that street, it would have been a great opportunity for San Diego to get some permanent damage going here. Now Mofugami in a really good position with armor to work with, is going to paint that left side of the map completely purple, and is now going to be taking a 2v4, keep some players alive. Joe sharking around this left side as well, trying to get a backdoor cut onto that tower as 2 players go down for Citrus. Make that 3. Pulp, being the last player left alive, is behind the tower. This isn't going to work out too well. Has to jump out and doesn't survive. That second checkpoint that is so critical has fallen, and San Diego is rolling right now.
This is snowballing out of control. This is what happens on tower control when you get a strong advantage, and they are rolling with it. It's only 2 of them left alive. I wouldn't be surprised if they can break this checkpoint, though. Okay, Mofugami going very, very aggressive and allowing Monster John to get some little lead. I like this. You're jumping in, you're getting the pre-op on to try and help it. You get a little bit closer, but it looks like the checkpoint won't quite be broken. 15 points, though. Very, very strong for the first 2 minutes. And a nice exit pick.
They did, yeah. San Diego threw everything they had to get across that 3rd checkpoint, and I like it. It's not enough, but still, this is it's a pretty comfortable score you can be with, even with 3 minutes left to go. The real key here is, can Pulp get into this enemy bunker area and like get on that back wall to where they can control abuser range and start controlling the enemy street? As you see Tetra players starting to work up there, landing the splashdown to no real avail. And really, other than that opening pick we saw Hey get, the Tetras have been really struggling so far. With a weapon like that, you basically want to be hyper aggressive in the enemy's face the whole time, especially with all the quick respawn that they're running there. But so far this Tetra pick hasn't been working out in their favor the way that the foil squeezer had been working for them this entire run.
Yeah, I feel like it can be difficult running into a lot of those levels, like the big MPU coming from Mofugami, as we've seen. Monster John as well on the 52. I think those 2 sort of very, very high killing power weapons can be hard to like Tetris deal with that. Mofugami goes so aggressive there. Does get taken out and punished by Pulp, rightly so. And now it's going to be a Stingray on mid, trying to turn the favor into Citrus' advantage. They have the armor at the ready and they have the splashdown too. The splashdown pops and Tri-Slasher goes down, giving them some small space onto mid. Armor comes through and they get 3 people down. Mofugami though runs through, I believe gets the Tetra, or maybe that was an exit pick, I can't quite cover. Mofugami goes down regardless, and that's going to be Citrus starting their push, and honestly, wouldn't be surprised to see this go far until DRF takes out Ali right there on the ends up.
Yeah, that's honestly kind of a huge pick, because that allows... Oh, but it's not enough to stop this checkpoint. I was going to say, that would give your Tri-Slosher advantage on there to just arc onto the tower, and just barely, Citrus is unable to get across it, but Joe staying alive in that street, taking on Monster John. Looks like it's a fall off. It does ultimately get the pick before the Booyah can come off. That will fall that checkpoint, and keep in mind, if they just cleared this 3rd checkpoint, that's lead, and it's going to be a huge lead here. Joe is going off right now, 18K, stepping up, and that is going to be the lead. This dude cannot die right now. Are you kidding me, Joe? Are you kidding me?
Joe with the 20th spot of that game right there to end it out and bring his team to the knockout. What did I just watch from that K-Pro? That was like one of the most aggressive plays I've seen so far, and it worked so well. I think K-Pro, brilliant pick into the enemy team's composition of lacking range, and when your play is aggressively and as well as Joe did right there, you're just gonna farm, and farm he did. He takes it, they snowball it down all the way to the knockout, and they're able to claim that game. That was so well played by Joe there.
My goodness, you talk about a team putting a player putting their team on their back and say, no, we are winning this game. Get on the tower. I will do the rest. It looked like they got like 7 or 8 in that one stretch right there, canceling the Booyah bomb that Monster John was about to throw out there. So huge, but stayed alive amidst all the other chaos and just mowing down the San Diego players left and right. My goodness. Wow, what a play.
If I'm University of San Diego, going to this map, it's Clan Blitz, which they looked so good on earlier, but at the same time, I would be scared, because you're going onto a big, open, long-range map against the place of Citrus. You know, we've seen Squeezes, we've seen K-Pros. I mean, we just saw a crazy K-Pro performance. We've seen Pope pop off on the smart lane. I think this is going to be a scary map. However, I don't have any doubt in my mind that I think if University of California, San Diego, are able to pull it out, then it's definitely possible if they can pull everything together and put, really get some strong teamwork, because the key to beating these super passive long range comps with your very aggro, you know, hyper aggressive short range comps is with strong teamwork. So that's what I'm going to be looking at here if I want to see University of San Diego try and bring it to a map 5.
You know, that's the way that game ended is going to be really difficult for a team to mentally bounce back from that, but they have no choice. They have to get this win right here. Citrus coming back out, for some reason sticking with that Tetras on Clam Blitz when the bubble's been working out so well. They must feel really confident in this Tetra. It's something that they could do this game that they felt like they weren't comfortable doing last game. I don't know, but still a questionable pick. But if it gets the win, it doesn't really matter. But still, once again, the bamboo. They want the mobility here, and the missiles working out great. But you just said if they had a little bit more range, they could control this map, especially with what San Diego's been bringing out so far.
They definitely could, however, I still think Bamboo's a fantastic pick. One of the most dominant weapons in the meta right now. My tongue is going all over the place. But Ali gets a very nice score to open out. Doesn't get taken out by the Tri-Slasher, and actually, with the support of Joe, is able to take that Tri-Slasher out. And now it's a great push on the line for Citrus. Mofugami's trying to push up onto Pope right now and is able to get that pick. Needs to push up and find some more. Ali and Hay, last one's left alive. It's just Ali, and Ali does get the crucial jump out, conserving these 50% of armor, building up very fast. So an Ink armor is ready to push back right in with. And honestly, a minute 44 points, that's a nice push on a map like this.
It is, and again, mentally, that does a lot for your team, especially with a team that's just as frazzled as San Diego is right here. Like, it's going to be so hard mentally to come back from this, but now they're in a really good position. They're using some specials. They are getting a few picks of their own, but losing a couple players as well. The Tetras really starting to step up. Already 4KA. I think that's more than they had all of last game. So the Tetras are working out really good in this opening couple of minutes here, and a great defensive shutdown by Citrus. But look, excuse me, one player left behind, and it's DRF, and all of a sudden that forces at least everyone back from Citrus. All 3 players had to come back to respond, and you see the rest of San Diego pushing up, trying to capitalize off of that. Monster John getting a pick here. It didn't look like much, but that one chain that DRF got there could be the difference maker.
No, that was a brilliant play, because not only do you get the trade, which that evens out, but you give your team the entirety of mid by making them force back. Unfortunately, though, Mofugami and Monster John go down, and DRM is going to be sharking, but that is the one advantage that Autobombs have. The very small advantage that Autobombs have over Splat and Suction. It has that location tracking if you're sharking on mid. Is able to push back DRF onto the carousel, but they're still alive right now, able to recoup with their team, so it's a bit of a split mid. Joe does go down, though, which is going to be giving the mid control most likely over to University of San Diego. So aggressive from Mofugami, allowing the rest of their team to start pushing forwards right now. They've got the clamp, and it's about to be scored on.
It's wide left. And that shuts down everything. A little bit of nerves right there, and the clam goes away. And you look, they were in all position. They had so many clams to try to get something to work with, and man, just one slight misthrow, and everything goes out the window. Still 2 minutes left to go here. It's not a crazy lead. Just 2 power clams and 2 regular clams get you the lead. But man, you have to take advantage of those opportunities, because you don't know how many you're going to get.
Yeah, that's scary. And now they have a minute 40 left, but DRF gets 2! Honestly, trading 1 for 2 is really good there. And again, it's most likely going to give a bit of mid control over to University of San Diego. Right now, it's going to be Totoro Bot on the mid, just playing a little bit slow. Doesn't want to get picked off Bamboos, but understandably so when you have that armor ready. Pops it right now as the missiles come through. Doesn't want to take too much damage, but DRF goes down in mid regardless. And now it's going to be Joe and Hay just rolling on forwards. The aggressive players for this team coming up, taking out Totoro Bot, removing that armor percentage. And that's going to be a lot of control for Citrus in the last few moments. Will Joe be able to take out Mofugami too? Mofugami pops the cloud, trying to get this, and does able to get the trade as a result, but it doesn't matter. We can see Citrus right now getting another push on the way.
But they get wiped. They get wiped, and you see T-Bot getting both of those clams, and they're going to get another Mercy clam to work with. You see everybody starting to push up. But they're leaving T-Bot back in behind with 3 more clams to juggle. And you see somebody now recognize this has to come back here. You talked about being coordinated. We've seen just so many opportunities for San Diego to get something going, but there's always just one little mistake here or there that slows things down. But Mofugami getting a nice double, and you see like the floodgates are finally going to be open. They have all the clams they need, and they're right at the basket. second. They have a little bit of a man advantage. Joe is down, but they are bombarding that one power clam. Now Fugami tries to go through the back door, and that gets shut down. And all of a sudden, another wasted opportunity by San Diego, and Citrus capitalizes off of it.
Mofugami got such a nice double, but the problem is I think right there, it just needs to be the focus on the objective. Monster John was set up with the splash wall, you know, giving them the opportunity to try and push that basket, and Mofugami got those splats, but you need to do the objective, but they still have a chance. This is the final chance they have for the entire tournament, and it could pay off right now. They're about to be 4v2, which they are. They have a lot of plans. Monster John is pushing forward, puts a splash wall forward to allow you to get some space, and now they have the opportunity. 2 power clams are going to come through, but Tojo won't get taken out, so does DRF, and it's not enough. That's going to be it. That is Citrus. The game-winning streak is over, but that's still 6 sets in a row, and they score their ticket to grand finals in a clutch set against the University of California, San Diego Esports.
A very rare sweep through losers finals. Citrus, I said they've been playing like they got a chip on their shoulder, like they got something to prove, and they keep proving it set after set after set. But San Diego, they're going to VOD review this one. They're going to come back and look at it, and they're going to be like, man, we had so many opportunities that just got squandered. It looked like they just got a little bit of nerve situations going on there, that just a little bit of a missed throw on a clam here, a little bit of a miscommunication on who's going to grab the clam there, and ultimately it just caught up to them, and Citrus just punished every single mistake that San Diego made, and they are going to go to a grand finals because of it.
I think something very, very key to highlight in those situations is when you're playing these intense series. You know, you've been playing for a long time, course of 2 days, and you're in losers finals now. This is the last chance you have to make it to grand finals and make a big name for yourself. So sometimes it's hard to, then pull things together and try and get the clams in the right place. And sometimes it's hard to realize, okay, I'm getting frags here right now, but I need to focus on objective. Those split decisions that need to be made, in that high pressure situations are really, really hard to do. And that's what differentiates, the best of the best and the people with the best mentals against, the people that are almost there. And honestly, I'm excited to see University of California, San Diego come back at some point, because they looked really, really strong and they had a lot of potential with that team. But, more importantly, it's Citrus now, going 13-1 in losers bracket to bring themselves here to grand finals, and they're going to be taking on, what's the name of the team again? I was watching earlier, but I completely forgot. It's going to be Night Surfing.
Night Surfing, the team waiting in grand finals. I'm sure they've been watching stream. I'm sure they're excited to get their chance to win this tournament. They're going to have to wait just slightly longer, though, because we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Go use the restroom, get your water, grab your popcorn. We're going to make sure neither team both teams are set to complete this set, and that we don't have to ask San Diego to come in and finish out this tournament for somebody. So we're just going to just wait a little bit, and we will be right back with grand finals of Low Inc. here on IPL. Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink Grand Finals of April 2021. Before we get started with Night Surfing versus Citrus, we do have a few more advertisements we need to knock out of the way. First off, Cloudburst is In-Game TV's next open entry tournament. Practice the 19 maps for competition over the next 2 weeks and play in the one-day event on May the 2nd, offering a group stage to see how you fare against a variety of opponents and amateur brackets after group play concludes. You can join at the Discord server that I'm about to link into chat. And also registration is going to be on Smash GG as well. I believe somebody else is putting that information in. So I'm going to keep on moving. Squid Junction 6, I believe that is tonight, is a double elimination tournament that offers a counter pick format. We offer a quality stream and a mix of experience in amateur TOs. Our 6th installment is today at 7 p.m. Eastern time, so like 2.5 hours from now. We hope to see you there. And last but certainly not least, IPL still has staff applications. We are looking for additions to our production and commentary team, as well as tournament staff. If you're interested in helping out in those areas, please fill out the form. If you're interested in more than one area, you may fill out multiple forms. And with that, we are finally getting to some grand finals action here. Night Surfing versus Citrus.
All right, it's gaming time, and this is going to be an interesting match because we've had Citrus, who they went out in winners round 1, and then they came back and they went 13-1 in games through losers, only dropping a single game in the losers finals right at the end, and it was a pretty tough one as well. Right now, they're going to go against the I guess you would call them the favorites, considering they're saying winners side grand finals. Night Surfing, they recently beat the same as result as them. They recently beat University of California San Diego Esports 3-1, and some players that I'm going to be really looking out for on this team, from like the small kind of I guess bite-size view I got of them when I was watching the winners finals, is Noodles had some really clutch aggressive plays on the junior, which is something that, you know, as a support player I love to see, but you definitely rarely see, considering junior is considered you stand back, you paint, you throw bomb. And also Ying on the bucket was going very aggressive at times and been able to find some crazy plays, and I think bucket is a weapon that can have so much carry power if you're doing crazy things on it.
If you're just going by what the audience thinks, 50% of you think Night Surfing will win, 50% think Citrus is going to win. Basically, 70,000 channel points are being gambled on this match. The IRS is going to be hitting us up after this one. You do not have to pay taxes on your winnings for channel points. But we are getting started. This is game 1 of what could be a best of 14 set. Night Surfing just needs to win 4 to take home the trophy. Citrus needs to win 8, and we do see Tetris coming back out for the side of Citrus there. Again, Tetris worked out really well in that second game. We didn't really talk about it a lot, but they did top frag with it. But Yumara coming out with that tint, and Alex with the vanilla splatling with Stingray coming out for Night Surfing.
And that's going to be 2 instant picks for Citrus. 3 even going down for Night Surfing. This is a brilliant start. I mean, maybe Night Surfing have had not too much time, cooled down a bit. But this is an amazing lead, going down to 28, 22, 19, 15, 10. It's gone down to 11. Not quite 10. I like that. But 11 as an opening lead, and it continues. 2 more picks come through. Citrus still pushing, although Joe does go down. The shield gets popped. It goes down to 7. The push is going to finally end unless Pop kills everyone with a charger. Obviously not going to happen, but that was 45 seconds, and that was down to 7 points by Citrus.
No, you cannot change your channel predictions yet. You are locked in, so don't. And keep in mind, this game is still well within reach of anybody, just because it's Rainmaker, but 7 points remaining. Obviously, a huge push coming out early for Citrus as they establish some deep control. You know, a lot of times when we get into these sets, the team that's on the winner side, they've had to wait a little bit. They usually come out a little bit rusty, and Citrus, who has been playing consistently for the past 4 hours, looks to be more locked in right now as they try to get yet another push going. The Tetra player going down, Pulp kind of having to retreat to mid, and they do ultimately get wiped but it is not a wipe that should result in too much damage. But however, Night Surfing should be able to get at least something established to try to get the push going.
Yeah, here's Yin going very, very aggressive now, trying to take out Hey on those touches, but Hey still alive, utilizing those dodge rolls, and is able to actually get a pick. Two going down on both sides. It's a 2v2 situation, which always favors the defenders. You get those defenders falling out a little bit quicker than the attackers who have to jump in, have to walk through. The Pop right now looking for him to come in, and he finds Alex. Oh, that was nice.
Give him a headache over the wall and just barely tapping the top frame with their head. Night Surfing still in control of this push though, before Hay comes around and shuts it down, immediately landing this, just kind of sharking around that Rainmaker to try to make sure it does reset the tent, trying to push back in here. Very quietly, the tent is top fragging over everybody in this game. 9 KA in just the first half here. So there are some good key points to take away here from Night Surfing that make you think they could possibly try to get back into this one if they just get a few picks at the right time and get a push going. But as long as enough players stay alive, and it looks like Citrus is doing just that, keeping the right players at the right time. But this is kind of a scary situation. Somehow survives long enough. How in the world? Joe, what is wrong with you, my man? That was so huge, because if they went down right there, they had a wipe and a good position, but staying alive long enough for everybody to spawn back in, that is a huge play, honestly, by Joe.
It shows damage up, but I'm pretty sure Joe's running 7 main of defense up right there. Lives through everything somehow, and does allow his team to set up this defense. Yin gets taken out as well, so you're on 3v4. Ray's still on jump base. You already got 46 left of the time, and this isn't looking like a nice Rainbow touch. Honestly, if I'm Noodles, I run into the Ray and just try and reset it. But it looks like they're going to try and stall out mid a little bit longer. They don't want to give them too much time, which I can respect. You want to let your teammates get the spawns in, and yep, the tent is spawned and the heavy. Ready to defend. I lied, the tent is not ready to defend. Nice BR bomb from Joe. This is going to be a fast push coming out from Citrus.
And look at Citrus, they're not trying to turtle up. They're not trying to be like, oh, let's just put it into a safe spot and try to just get some Stingrays and win this one out. And it does look like they are going to possibly get wiped here, though. Somehow, can these Rainmaker players not die? My goodness. Ying able to get control mid, using Burst Bomb here to try to help Yumura get established control on that elbow with the Tetra players meeting them over there. And the Hammer coming out here and just... Oh, it looked okay. Interesting enough. But 2 players go down. They're in a good position, honestly. If they just grab the Rainmaker, this is a situation they can get lead right here.
They definitely get leave right here, but Hay drops and Hayes going to get out immediately, but they do. Nice one from Yumura. Oh, but you go in front of the shield. And that could have been so close, but unfortunately, they get a little bit hasty. But still, this was continued, but no, they don't realize the Rainmaker's going to mid. The Rainmaker's being pushed. Alex, right now, the Rainmaker's going into your spawn, and you're still trying to push the enemies. Does eventually get taken out. It's just Hay left alive. But Night Surfer's still in the game just about in the last 20 seconds, but they only have 1 push remaining. If you get a Boo Bomb up, if you get a Ray up, it's going to be almost impossible to push, especially with your Tentacle playing going down. A miracle is going to need to come through to allow Night Surfer to pull this through in the last 5 seconds of the game.
Yeah, you see them just trying to build up some specials, just trying to stay alive. But look who has the Stingray ready, and coming out right on cue is Pulp. If they can dodge the Stingray, they'll be in a decent situation to try to make something happen. 1 player does go down. They survive the Stingray and the Booyah. So unless this splashdown comes out, they might not have another special to work with to shut down this push before the Rainmaker explodes. Tetra's pushing way up with 16 KA. Gets the 17th right there. None bigger than the one to take down the Rainmaker and end it. But there you go. Citrus, we see you. My goodness. 1 game down, 7 more to go for them.
You know, as soon as Hay first picked up the Tetras, I was very skeptical, mainly considering how good, like, they looked so good on the Squeezer. You know, they were doing insane work. Then they suddenly picked the Tetras. It's looking a bit slow to start off, and I'm very confused, because, you know, it's such a different weapon style, but they've just stuck with Tetras the entire time. For some reason, it's like just a new player has taken over their body, because they're now a Tetris player, and they're tearing it through. They're 17 KA in that game, top ranking the last game. They've really, you know, taken form here.
Yeah, and if you're Night Surfing again, they looked a little sluggish there. That I'm willing to give that first minute credit to the fact that Citrus has been playing consistently and is on target, and that they just haven't been playing for the past hour or so. We saw them a little bit of delays because they were in League, which League isn't always the best way to kind of spend your time. in between sets. Sometimes, mostly you're just getting frustrated at laggy opponents, honestly. But now they're getting their sea legs back under them. It's going to be important for them to have a response back in this game, because you don't want to give a team like Citrus even more momentum, because if they do force a bracket reset, all of a sudden they have all the tools and all the momentum they need to win out this tournament. So Night Surfing, you don't want to go down 0-2 right here.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to go down 0-2 right here, because I feel like Citrus are no, sorry, not Citrus, because I don't know them, but I know there's a lot of teams, a lot of players. I've definitely felt this before. As soon as you get the momentum going, you feel like you're playing better. You get in the zone, your team feels like you have some sort of like unspoken synergy, and you're just, you carry the momentum through and through and through, and you take it on a roll. So I feel like if Night Surfing aren't able to do anything about that soon, we can see some crazy 8-0s happen. I'm not saying 8-0 is happening right now. Night Surfing looks great in that set and could definitely, I'm expecting them to take many games, but Citrus are just on fire right now. But I would say, as a 10 player myself, 10 can go wild on this map. So I would be very scared considering how good Yumura looked last game.
And you know what? Pulp just pulled out their sheet and said, what anchor weapon have I not shown off yet? Oh, right, Hydra. Let's just mark that off the list. So Hydra making an appearance here, going up against Alex's remix. Alex has been stuck on like Ballpoint and Hero or Splatling. So coming to something like Remix is a weapon I know they are really comfortable with. It's got to be a relief that they have an opportunity to use it here. And Pulp is a position here to kind of abuse their range, but Joe going down, and they're kind of forced to back up here and forced to retreat. So here's a situation for Night Surfing to do some damage, and a nice bounce back from how the first game started, for sure.
Very, very nice bounce back, and some nice control from Yumura right now, pushing right into the Hydra. This is what you want to be doing as 10. Your shield is so hard to destroy, and a nice fall off by that 10 umbrella player. Yumura taking so much control right now in that spawn, and right now he's 2 down on the side of Citrus. They're just going to run into a heavy spotting step on Bridge, a 10 walking into your spawn, a bucket under your drop down. How do you deal with this if you're like Citrus? Honestly, it's so hard, and they only have 20 more points to go at. Hay is going to be trying to push up now that Ying is down, but they only have 15 points remaining to get into the zone. The Ink Armor is popped along the B bomb, which allows them to start moving forward, but the hammer comes through to stop Joe, and Yumura gets another pick for this game. And the zones do finally flip, which gives Citrus a lot of time to keep themselves in this game.
That was a good Booyah bomb from Joe. In the situation that they're in, you would think they would throw it at the zone just to stall one of them. Instead, threw it on top of the bridge and got a nice pick on Alex. What you don't want is for the enemy anchor player to get too comfortable up there on top of the bridge, and that is what Citrus is going to try to do with Pulp on that Hydra, is just to try to get them comfortable up top there. Instead, you see them stuck in their street, trying to work the walls around the corner there. But still, they are able to stall the zone, even though it does go back to Night Surfing's favor right now. Citrus still keeps themselves in this by stalling the zone, and they take it right back here as well.
Yeah, the control is taken back a little bit by Night Surfing. It looks like Ali's going really aggressive to end up the supportive weapon going forwards and taking out the heavy Splatling. Stays alive too. I thought Yumura was going to get them, but no, that was really well done. Yumura right now trying to stay alive on this side angle, but just going to be back on there 1 HP, I swear, but is able to stay alive and now start stalling and pushing in with your team to have the Ink Armor ready. But Joe right now, we see on a flank, and we have seen Joe pull out some crazy plays, so I wouldn't be surprised to see something out of this world, but not quite seeing it yet. But no, we see it now. Joe getting the one, got the B-up on with the ready, potentially going to be able to get a second, finds it, making this situation force Citrus to start moving it and take this down. Are they going to find the third? And they do. Joe with a very nice fight.
And this is the first opportunity for Citrus to try to get some legit points on the board. They've been able to stall the zone. It's just been more so to put penalty points on Night Surfing rather than to do anything significant. So now, how did they get the lockout situation here? You see Yumura trying to get a pick or trying to just get control of this back zone, throws the tent in there, and even though they die, do get a trade with Joe, and that's enough to slip the zone back into their favor. Nice double by Noodles. And Pulp being the last player left alive. So once again, Citrus can get control of the zone, but they can't get any lockouts going, and they need to get a deep lockout going if they want to find a way to win this one.
They certainly do, but they might split back control once again. They find 2, they find 3. It's only Yamura left alive, but Yamura's they have to stall for so long whenever it's just them left alive. They do go down, but 2 teammates on Night Surfers are back up, so maybe they can, they're able to come back up because of the story of Yamura. They're able to then take out Joe, and now it's a situation that Night Surfers have to push back in. They have Ink Armor, they have a player advantage, and the Ink Armors are trading through, and Yin goes down, so it's going back and forth, but honestly, Night Surfers taking it back. I honestly love that stalling from Yamura, because if they jumped out, then they wouldn't have been able to follow up that pick. And the hammer took everything about Yamura's gameplay I'm in love with right now.
Whack-a-mole, just knocking down the oranges of Citrus one at a time. Yamura with some really sick tent play, and like you said, they're playing so smart. They're throwing the tent into the zone to stall it out while the teammates are getting the other side of it. And now with 30 seconds left to go, Night Surfing has the man advantage. They see them all pulp. There's nothing you can do. They're backed into the corner. Yamura in a great situation, a great trade right there. The Inzap, the last player left alive, and Night Surfing has woke up. They said, thank you for slapping us in the face in game 1. We needed that. We'll take over the set from here. Tied at 1 apiece.
I feel like they got into the first game and they're like, okay, we're playing Rainmaker. And they're like, wait, suddenly we're all down. Suddenly they're at 7 points. What's going on? They almost bring it back, though. They had a really strong showing. And they come into this game with a statement saying, okay, we've had to wait for a while. We've cooled down, but we're back and we're ready to slap you 4-1. But, that's what they're saying. But I'm sure the Citrus have something to say about that. Tower control earlier was where they had that amazing snowball push. So I'd really love to see if they can pull that off again. But it's going to be on Starfish main stage. I would say that you can definitely snowball it, even to a larger degree than Manta Maria. So Night Surfers need to be very careful about that here.
Yeah, it really comes down to that second checkpoint, which is kind of just right there wide open at the court area. But if you can get a wipe and you can just kind of pass that checkpoint with no consequences, that can really be the difference between who wins and loses this game. Another key feature to point out here on this map is it's so flank heavy. You can go flying around the left or right side. And really the flanks that Joe's been pulling out here and the flanks that Yamura's been using on the tent, who's the last player to ready up here. So they're taking a little bit more time to make sure they know what weapon they want to use. Personally, it's going to come down to which one of these anchors, Pulp or Alex, can defend their flanks from the side of the map, and who can be more successful on the flanks that they pull off, personally.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm also excited to see on this map the anchor that Pulp will decide to go with, because I feel like that the Splat lane can definitely see some favor here. I've seen it definitely, pushing around those grates. You can find some cheeky flanks at times. You can find a lot of good defenses. You can find, plays back on the snipe. So I wouldn't be surprised we see Pulp go with the Splat lane. But at the same time, Charger on tower control can be hard to argue with. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see really any variant of Charger play here. I see like seeing Bamboo here, which maybe is a bit more unconventional. I like seeing the longer range Chargers here. I'd say most likely not an Elita, but yeah, I think Pulp's anchor pick to be very interesting to me.
I like this that they're not Pulp or Citrus readied up extremely quickly on our screen. Night Surfing, Yamura didn't ready up. I think it's not because they didn't know what they wanted to do. I think it's more so they just wanted to hey, let's breathe. Let's try to figure out, let's talk through our strategy. That kind of level of calmness is really what they need to get through this set right here. Instead, going with the K shot instead of the tent. So pretty standard comp coming out from Night Surfing. No real surprises for Citrus. Hey, finally going back to that squeezer, so we're going to see some more great bubble play and scoped Charger with the Stingray coming out from Pulp as well.
It will be scoped Charger as Ying now finds himself in a 1+2 and does get taken out. Beautiful team play by Joe and Ali, destroying that flank and now going to be moving back into mid to try and take some control. Joe, however, gets traded by Yamura onto a different weapon than we've seen. Shooter very intense, but doing really well so far. I mean, one thing, but still. In the course of that game, that is a pretty nice opening to have. Going to be shocking, though. Very aggressive. Takes out the extra player. Never mind, Yamura is just crazy on everything they play. Popping the missiles, allowing their team to go forwards, and the snowball starts for Night Surfers.
Yeah, and that Stingray just kind of slows them down slightly for just a minute. One player does go down, and Alex in a good position on the enemy snipe. The longer they stay alive here, the better their chances are of clearing this crucial second checkpoint. The Booyah Bomb there going out against the enemy Charger, just trying to keep Pulp back. But 2 players going down. Oh, now on both sides, 2 players going down. But Bubbles from Hay coming out just at the right time. So they save that second checkpoint. That first checkpoint go down, however, but again, it's going to come down to who can clear that second one. And like you said, it could just be a snowball situation that gets them there. And Night Surfing, they're going to take another stab at it. And look at the perfect situation to do it, because somebody got around and took care of Pulp, but 3 other players go down as well. So finally, Night Surfing's done.
Oh, but you see Yamura pushed up so aggressively on that side angle right now. It looks like they're back up. No, they're not back up. They're running right into Hay, and they get the trade. Honestly, I think that trade's kind of worth it, although your team is going down. Okay, most likely, Night Surfer's push is finally finished. But to be honest, that feels like 1 2-minute push. If you can elongate your finish push into 2 minutes, you're biting off so much time off the enemy team's clock. And that is a really important thing I think a map like this. Pop right now trying to find something for Stingray, isn't quite able to find anything, but loses hate on that team. Ying going so aggressive once again. I think Ying's been playing really well so far this game. 2 going down. I like this jump back, playing around your team, not playing too aggressive. And now it's going to be Night Surfers getting back into a great position to get this rolling. And if they can find that pick on whoever's positioned up a bit aggressively, this could be huge, but it's going to be Pulp finding the picks with, oh my, this Charger player is nasty.
You know, that's another push shut down by Citrus. But once again, I feel like Night Surfing is playing really comfortable right now. They feel like they're not scared to try things. They're not just sitting back and trying to wait for something to happen. They're not waiting for someone to make a hero play to save them. They're trying out different things. They're flanking it deep into the enemy base. They're sharking well behind. Look at this. Just cutting through all of the enemy ink, trying to just get to somebody. And Pulp does go down, even though they forced a jump out there. But still, the aggression that Night Surfing is pulling out right here is something we haven't seen from a team that's been trying to avoid losing. Night Surfing's trying to win this tournament.
Okay, but if we talk about snowballing, then we saw some crazy things on Manta Maria earlier when Citrus drank back that game. Now they've got that push going, it might be the thing that changed it all, although a booyah bomb from Alex is going to be huge to stop that push. They are able to find 2 with that as well, the space is made, but hey, pulling out the bubbles and finding one, might be able to find the second one, he does find Yamura, but it's only adding left line. If they can back up to mid and give some jumps, they could definitely keep this push going soon, but it looks like for the most part, it will be, Night Surfing going back and reclaiming mid, Ying playing aggressively, but now just turning down the tempo a bit, waiting for the teammates and waiting for their opportunity to strike once again.
Yeah, Ali's been playing really good on InZap for Citrus in this game. You see they're kind of top fragging with 10 KA, 4 armors being popped so far in the first 4 minutes. They kind of need Joe and Hay to just start working together like they do literally right there to start popping off and start getting a few of these kills so that the rest of the team on Citrus can start pushing up and start capturing some areas. And with less than a minute to go, they're starting to run out of time. Again, they just have to clear that first checkpoint. They don't have to clear the second. They just got to basically arrive at the second checkpoint to get lead. And 2 players down now for Night Surfing. Pulp riding in that tower. It's going to come down to Alex's booyah bomb here and the perfect splat bomb. The perfect splat bomb. That might be the difference here.
4 specials online as well. This is a huge thing. They've made it this far, and they have every single special to expend. Honestly, this is looking in the favor of Citrus right now. Some crazy plays are going to be put out from Night Surfer to stop this in the last 20 seconds. The blue on crack, and look at what Citrus. They're about to take the lead. You need to go now. Only 1 more point to do it, but they stop it. It's 44. No, the 1 point lead. It goes to 43, but Night Surfer's after like come through, and they stop that push. It's not right. 10 seconds left. It's not happening. Somehow, through 4 specials, Citrus panic. They don't find the value they need to, and Night Surfer sneak through at 43 points, the exact same score they pushed to, and they stop that push and they go up 2-1 here. What a miracle play! I mean, literally, that 43 was I'm pretty sure, like, Night Surfers almost didn't even push 43. Som was just, I think Ying just stood on the tower for like a split second, pushed from 44 to 43. That changed the entire game, because it was a tied game right now. The only reason Night Surfers won is because they got the push first, and that was insane. That was insane.
I want to point out, Night Surfing stopped that with 0 specials. And Citrus had all 4 of their specials to work with. Even with that difference of a special disadvantage in that final second, they were somehow able to find a way to get the kills they needed at the right time. I think it might have just been a little bit of a miscommunication on Citrus as to like who needs to ride tower. At that point, honestly, you say, hey, they have no specials. Let's just get 2, maybe 3, and just 1 more person really next to tower who could hop on at the right time. It seemed like they were a little felt too segregated, too little spread out, and just the 1 or 2 players died on tower and the other ones weren't close enough to kind of respond. But yeah, if they just, man, that's such a hard loss to take, because in your mind you're thinking, man, if we just stay on for half a second more, we win that game. Yeah. But credit to Night Surfing for buckling down and getting the picks that they needed. Once again, with no specials to work with, they got wiped and they still won.
And now I am scared for Citrus, because you're going to Clements on New Albacore Hotel, and Tenterbrella is a menace on this map. Like, seriously, Tenterbrella is a menace on this map. There's few maps that you would want to see less than this that you just don't see in general. Like, you know, Port Mackerel obviously would be scarier, but you're not going to see that come through. But yeah, Clements New Albacore Hotel, going to be very, very scary. I think we're going to need to see Hay come up huge on either Tension or the Squeezer, because they can both shut down Tent all right, but it's going to be difficult. It definitely is going to be difficult. I also think that Alex on the Splatling is going to put in some huge work here. Probably one of Splatling's better map modes, because the Charger has a lot of open sight lines, but having that, you know, faster pace aggression is very nice to see on Clan Blades. And we see both players pick Wolfbane, but actually, Yamura, after I gas up Tent for that long, go Squeezer.
And those are just going to be some dummy thick bubbles. 2 mains of special power up on those bubbles for Yumura. But now, once again, if we're playing Anchor Bingo, cross out Ballpoint now for Pulp. That's yet another weapon. And look at this, Ballpoint versus Ball. Is this 2019? What's going on here? We haven't seen this used in a long time, but here we go. 2 players down immediately for Citrus. Yumura in a great situation over here, and not a good situation if you're Citrus. You cannot be comfortable with a Squeezer on that back side of the web, but now they jump back out. They had a great control of that right area, instead look to regroup with everyone in mid, so Citrus able to recapture their left side, but Yumura working around that right with a power clam, does get it in, and they do have some clams to work with, but I don't know if they have the bodies to get some actual points in there.
I don't think this is just going to go too much further. They've only got 2 people, and the space is definitely on the side of Citrus. A nice jump from Ying is able to preserve the cards by jumping back on the beat. It's very, very smart. It takes out Alius. Very, very well done by Ying. On a weapon we haven't seen him on so far. It's able to potentially find the second. Doesn't quite go so aggressive. Isn't able to find much, and it will be a lot of control now going to Citrus, which is where they're comfortable. They've got the bubbles ready. They have the blueprint set up into a nice position on the right side, and they have 4 specials online to try and make some value and get a strong push going.
Yeah, I'm glad Hay went back to the bubble, the foil squeezer, because those bubbles they've been using have been so tactically correct. They seem to pop bubbles always at the right time, and now they're going to have to use them defensively as 3 players go down, and they are the last player left alive, forced to jump, and Yumura is going to get some bubble play of their own. Huge bubbles coming across here just to kind of create some space. Does take down Ali. 2 players going down, and Ying trying to supply some more crossfire support, trying to get some drop-off kills on some other players, throwing some clams together, and here you go. Night Surfing going to do some serious damage here, and it's just a party in the enemy street until Pulp shuts everything down. That is.
Pulp is able to shut a lot down and make some space. I like those last 2 comes going down through 2, going down to 37 on the clock. You know, Clan Blades, we definitely see pushes a lot more of the plays. I mean, Ying getting nice on the side, but I do think because this is a big map, it's harder to set up the pushes, so I think 37 is definitely very, very strong. Potentially game winning, but also couldn't be.
And they grab the Mercy Clam the very second that it comes down. That seems like a little bit of a desperate play, even though you still got 2.5 minutes left to go here. I would rather build up my own Power Clam and use that one for after the basket is open. Just holding on for it for this long of a time isn't going to help out too much. But however, 1 player for Night Surfing does go down. Noodles trying to force the retreat here a little bit. 2v3 situation, and they do have that Clam ready to go if they can find a way to get in here. Keep in mind, they do have a Crapid Blaster, so they can use that baller to try to get a push going. But with when they keep trading players right here, and here comes the baller, it does get popped. It's just and it's stuck on that awkwardly, just kind of stuck in mid. So that's not going to help them out at all. So Citrus playing a little frazzled right now for the first time all day that we've seen him play like this.
Yeah, and I think that only Night Surfers have been able to do it to them, and they've been doing it really, really well. They take out Hay right now, and they're going to be pushing up to this time. Ying getting a lot of fall-off damage and does take out the ball point as a result. I think it's crazy, by the way, how Ying has been playing like all docket, comes from the CDS does this well. Right now, pushing forwards with a power cloud, might be able to get the score off, and does indeed. Yamura taking a bit of a fight on mid right now with Joe. I believe they end up going down, and that's we see just in a 4v3 situation. We'll be shutting down that push. They've got a fair amount of plans on the board. Hopefully, they start building up their own rather than taking the power. But no, they take the pity. I think it's like you said, Popgun, it feels like a bit of a desperate play.
Yeah, I mean, you're down pretty big. You don't want to go down 1-3, especially when you're the team that's coming from the loser side of the bracket. So they understand the desperation of needing to get this win here, as you see. But Night Surfing here trying to go in and get these picks, trying to capitalize off this a little bit of desperation, and it seems to be working out in their favor slightly. And yes, they're getting a lot of deaths right there, but they're not getting wiped. They're not getting completely traded. And just as I say that, they do get a bit of a delayed wipe. Hey, in a good situation, but nowhere near close to having bubbles ready. Ali jumping in with that clam, and they're not going to survive. All the players from Night Surfing jumped right back in. So that, once again, a push that should not have happened that just got... They tried to force something that just wasn't there.
Yeah, it wasn't there. Ying is now going to be there, picking up so aggressively, taking out Pope once again. I feel like Ying has just had the better Pope this game. I feel like I've seen them push him so over and over and over and over. And right now, there's going to be 10 clans on the board, not too many, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see an overtime push come out from Night Surfing to try and, just kind of end the game that way rather than waiting for overtime. We're going to have to see right now as they build up their specials. Both teams with a lot of questions online, but Yamura being the first to pop the bubbles, not finding crazy value, but is able to break out Pope. But now it's Hey with their bubbles, trying to find more than Yamura could, but unable to do so. Citrus need to go for a push now, or they're going to lose the game, but they don't have much time. About probably 10 seconds of overtime remaining. They need to go to the other side of the map and find the score right now, but they really don't have the time. They're going to be running through. They have to go with desperation, but Alex is right there with the trusty ball play to shut them both down. That's going to be Night Surfing going up 3-1. We need to see three in a row from Citrus just to bring it to bracket reset. It's looking job from Night Surfing.
That trade that Yumura got with Pulp was so huge because Pulp was staying back there with that power claim, and you saw the bubbles coming in from Hey. You saw them. They finally had like, okay, we're gonna get these bubbles down, and we're gonna create a situation for you to jump. So Yumura going in and shutting down that player, even though they got traded, that forced the rest of Citrus players to come back and try to desperately grab that one, even though the bubbles already got thrown out. So that threw off the timing of everything and shut down that final push. But regardless, man, 5 minutes in overtime and you barely get to the enemy street that whole time. Night Surfing is starting to flex right now. They seem way too comfortable, honestly. They feel they can do anything that they want to do, and Citrus is honestly just kind of playing back on their heels right now, and they have no choice but to respond here.
I don't know Yumura too well, but I somehow feel like they are extremely smug right now, considering the fact that, they've been pretty solidly shown to be, very, very strong on that anti-umbrella, pulling it out in a lot of places, and then deciding, I'm going to go K-shot, why not? Can make sense on tower control, and then just pulling out the squeezer out of nowhere too, why not? Yumura's flexibility has been really, really strong and been doing well with a ton of weapons, so definitely feel like, if you can have that sort of dominant performance on a variety of weapons, then you're definitely going to be feeling your confidence. Same with Ying, playing Soda Slosher all day, now going over to TDS again, makes sense on that map, but definitely going to be a confident, situation for them. However, if you're going to have any mode that Citrus want to see to, get those 3 wins in a row, I'd definitely say it's Rainmaker, considering how well their first game went. So we'll have to see if they can replicate that sort of performance they had in the first game of this series.
Yes, step 1 is to reclaim momentum, and what a better way to do it than the only game you've won in this whole set, Rainmaker at Snapper Canal. Game 2 and game 6 and 7, we'll get to it when we get to it, but if you're Citrus, you're buying into the mindset of, we need to get this lead, and honestly, for their mental sake, they need to get the lead early in this game, so they don't let it sink into their mind and let it poison them of, oh my gosh, we're going to lose. They need to play with the mindset of, we can win. And it's going to come down to really this first minute is going to be so critical.
First bit going to be Crispin D. Neither team going for pop. Everyone knows on this map doesn't get you much paint. Can't really get you many picks. So it's going to be playing slow. Armor popped very, very early on the side of Night Surfing, and they would try to pick off the side of it, but they do get a trade. However, they trade with the other team's armor player, which is crucial, because now you got an armor off and they didn't, which allows you to get a bit more space in mid. However, the other player is now back up, and they're going to be generating well quickly. However, Noodles grabs it, so it's going to be a bit of an armor difference here, as Ray does get popped. Noodles going weak, but getting a big push on the side there. 45, probably not game pushing, but definitely a decent start on the side of Night Surfing.
Again, mentally, that is huge for Night Surfing, because now you don't want that seed of doubt to be planted into your mind if you're Citrus, and now you're thinking, oh gosh, they already got 45 points, but you still got plenty of time. If they can get some picks right here and go up that street, they'll find a way to get lead pretty quickly. And 3 players going down. Ali's going to solo pop and pick it up, and this is the guy you want right in front of you. Joe has had hero moments so far in this set. They need Joe now more than ever to kind of pop off. They do have Booyah Bomb ready to go. And they're just waiting for the rest of their teammates to come up here. But once again, if they can find a way to avoid the Stingray and get through that street and get lead here, then they can have something to work with.
Yeah, they definitely could. It's now going to be a 4v3 going in the favor of Night Surfing, but Ian goes way too aggressive. Hey, getting a very, very nice punish, and now going to be taking 5. Noodles finds Noodles. Will they find the third then? I believe... no, it's still going to be fighting on that other side of the map. I believe Hey and Alex are a bit of a stally fight, but it's going to be Citrus taking control regardless, and now they can start getting the push going. It looks like they want to go left. Yeah, they're going to be moving over for the slower push. They realize the other team has to control their street, and they're going to go for, the slower but slightly safe because they push. Ray gets popped earlier, Pop's got to dodge it. We'll see if they can, as the 10-sec player and the junior player goes down on the side. Pop, Night Surfing, but the raid comes in clutch. That could have been huge if the raid didn't get the pick, but it does.
Yeah, the clutch play there by Alex, because 2 players were down for Night Surfing. If that Ray doesn't get the kill, there's a potential for some serious damage to be done by Citrus. So a nice play there by Alex, and honestly something that might have saved Night Surfing for at least a little bit longer. And now Noodles bullying a kid into the corner, and this is where things are starting to get a little out of control with 3 players going down. This could be your tournament right here. Alex slams it down. Night Surfing has won Low Inc. April 2021 in dominant fashion.
Night Surfing looked so good this tournament. I don't know what to say. I mean, they really positioned the place. They're like, oh yeah, you beat everyone in losers. Well, we didn't even go to losers today. They just swept through this tournament, played extremely well. Noodles top ranking on the junior. I mean, you really saw Noodles there. They backed Joe into the corner, destroyed them. I feel like they got the pick onto Hay when Hay was pushing the Rainmaker. That was a really, really strong performance. I mean, I'm not taking away from the rest of Night Surfing. Every single player on this team did so well today. Yamura showed a lot of flexibility while still being so strong on the Stentrella. You know, the bucket and the Splatling coming out from Ying and Alex. I think these players were incredible. I mean, Citrus had an incredible run. They really, really put up a good showing, but Night Surfing were clearly the best team today. And yeah, they're your winners of Low Inc. April 2021.
And you know what? You go back to that tower control main stage game where it looked all but certain that Citrus was going to get that win there, and all of a sudden, Night Surfing somehow, some way held on and get the win, and that just changed the dynamic of this set from there on out. And Citrus I don't think Citrus has ever mentally recovered from that. It showed in their gameplay going forward there, and Night Surfing just took advantage of that. If you want one key moment, Night Surfing holding on to that tower control game right there, the tournament ended right then. It literally did.
If Citrus took that game, the momentum could have swung like crazy. I mean, it was a miracle that they somehow pulled it together. But I think that showed kind of the fact that you can see a tower coming towards you like that, and you can see 4 specials coming towards you like that, and you still have the composure to be coordinated enough to take the tower at the same time and not be fumbling all over the place is truly incredible. Perfectly timed, and a brilliant performance by Night Surfing. They showed why they're the best team today. Yeah, they did so great.
And hats off to Citrus. Yes, we see you, Citrus. You are not a Div 5 team. We've clearly established that today. We get that. You've made the case and we've heard it. Now go out and win Div 5 and prove yourselves. Prove us all wrong.
Yeah.
I guess that's it. I mean, what else can you say? Night Surfing, a very, very good win for them. Of course, a couple of their players won the Minnow Cup tournament. This is now 2 months in a row where players that won Minnow Cup turned right back around and won Low Inc. There might be a bit of a connection there. I don't know, but regardless, for Night Surfing, congratulations for them. This is this is a moment they're very excited about, I'm sure. Welcome to the Low Ink Champion Fraternity Night Surfing, and a very nice second place there for Citrus.
Sure. Yep. Yeah.
And with that, I believe we're going to start wrapping this up. Thankfully, nobody dropped today. Nobody's mom made him. Nobody's little brother kicked the internet, the router, or anything like that. Very smooth, suspiciously smooth, Low Ink, and we're going to start wrapping this up here. Matt Ninja, where can people find you? Go ahead, plug yourself.
I'm Ninja _ on all platforms. That's EEAAA. YouTube's kind of inactive, but I'm planning on uploading there. But you can find the Talkspeed Up podcast I run. There's an episode with There's an episode of the podcast with Popgun on there, but it's not the podcast, of course, which he does. It's a different one. Either way, I also stream on my own Twitch. I have Twitter. You know, everyone does it. But either way, yeah, Popgun, over to you.
You know what, real quick, I just want to say a round of applause for Matt to coming out for this. We've had some real A-list commentators come out recently. Matt, you guys remember the Squid House? Matt did the Squid House. So to have somebody of that come on here and commentate Low Ink, it's good to see some connection between high level and low level of this competitive scene, because we got to work together to make this grow. I saw there was some stupid controversy about something yesterday between high and low level. Come on, guys, let's work together. Yeah. If we let's grow together. And if you want to learn how we can grow together, make sure you watch the podcast, because I talk about stuff like that all the time. I'll be on Monday, 12 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to be recapping Low Ink. I'm also recapping all of Div 5 through Div 8, not on Monday, but at another day. So we'll be looking at Ludi Week 1 matchups on that as well. And I believe we are done here. Your final score, Night Surfing knocking out Citrus in Grand Finals 4-1 to win Low Ink April 2021. From all of us here at IPL, our producer Ink Fair behind the scenes running the stream, doing a fantastic job of that. JPEG, the tournament host, Kraken Mayer, and Hohen, the CEO and president of IPL, I would assume. We thank you all for watching, and everyone else behind the scenes as well. Thank you for watching Low Ink. Come back next month, and until then, this has been Popgun and Matt signing off.
Bye.